to our fifth day of the Tana Forum. For those who have only joined us for the first time today, we have an exciting program, 3 back-to-back sessions. The title of the next session is Towards the Pan-African Dream, African Feminist Considerations for the AFCFTA. And it's being hosted by AfriFem Macroeconomics Collective. I will shortly introduce the moderator for the session. But before I do, I just wanted to give you a snippet of some of the highlights from the deliberations yesterday. There were 5 key messages that came from the conversation yesterday. The first is that as we liberalize, or as we open up, or as we form the continental free trade area, we need to make sure that global and regionalized trade is also decolonized, so that we're not replicating forms and means and approaches to trade that produce poverty and inequality on an industrial scale. The second message was the need to ensure that there is buy-in from ordinary people, including cross-border traders, informal sector workers, vendors. And the suggestion was that we need to make sure that as we communicate, what is communicated is accessible in terms of language, so that beyond the Anglophone, Francophone, Lusophone, Arabophone, or any other phonies, you communicate with people in their indigenous languages, but also break down the concepts of a continental free trade agreement such that they are digestible. The third was the need to ensure that as the world moves to a more virtual or tech-based economies, that these don't replicate inequalities, but that we build sufficient infrastructure and institution, both transboundary as well as within local communities and national communities, to ensure that poor people are not left out of this virtual economy. And in discussing the virtual economy, we also discussed the taxing rights of African countries and the prioritization of whether access and taxation and what the roles of government and that's the public sector and the private sector would be. We also discussed as a third issue the issue of financing, making sure that African SMEs have access to finance. And we've talked about finance and other services, such that it's not just money, but the intermediate support services that would enable them, firstly, to build institutions, to build capacities, and also the competencies to comply with or to make standards that would be applicable around and across the continent. The fourth most interesting thing was the role of African knowledge and the academy in producing not only skilled African entrepreneurs and workers, but also in critiquing, in expanding, in enriching and broadening the AFCFTA. The fifth message, which was fairly interesting, was to look at the relationship between the regional and the international, how to bridge the inequities of power through what developmental regionalism, as somebody said. You will be able to access some of the discussions that we had yesterday and days before on the web. Now, allow me to introduce the moderator of the session so that we can begin deliberations this afternoon. Ms. Cristal Simeoni is the director of NAWI AfriFem Macroeconomics Collective. She has worked for over a decade on macro level inequalities and also on issues of women's rights and macroeconomic policy at both the continental and global level, trying to infuse into the thinking Pan-Africanist analysis and perspectives so that these determine policy at the continental and global level. She is a champion for women at all levels, so that women are able to influence macroeconomic policy decision making. And also, in her analysis and approach, the question of power is central. Who wields power, and how can we transform such power? I will now hand over to Crystal and wish all of you present here in Addis in the room, and those of you joining us virtually, a great set of deliberations, and all the best to the session moderator and the panelists.
Thank you. Good afternoon and warm greetings from Nairobi, a place from Nairobi. I guess this is the new way of conferencing, which is getting to be normal for us. My name is Crystal Shanyeri, as Brian introduced me. I'm the director of a new initiative called NALI, the African Macroeconomic Collective. And what an honor, what a pleasure to be here today with you virtually, and to be in the presence and on the same panel with some amazing minds and thought leaders in this space. Today we will be joined by our lead presenter, Fatima Kelleher. She's a Nigerian and Irish British military strategic and technical advisor involved in feminist research, policy and advocacy across areas of economic justice, education, and health across Africa, and with a special focus on Nigeria. We also have with us Memory Kachamba, Director of FEMNET, the African Women's Development and Communications Network. Memory is a Pan-African feminist, gender and women's rights activist with over 18 years experience developing, managing, and implementing programs for women and girls' rights, youth, and globally. We also have with us Chennai Nkumba, Policy Research and Advocacy Manager of Tax Justice Network Africa. She's responsible for leading the policy unit and research coordination, policy engagement at regional and global levels, and technical backstopping of TJN's national level advocacy. She was previously the country coordinator of the Consumer Unity Trust Society in Zambia, which is a Southern African office of Fox Global Research and Advocacy think tank, where she was responsible for leading research and policy and advocacy work related to trade, industry, and commerce. I will now have a moment of silence in remembrance for what's happening in Nigeria and the lives lost and the struggle against oppression. If you will join with me. Okay. So this session will explore the question of what kind of Pan-Africanism that AFCFTA is pursuing. The Intercontinental Trade accounts for 15% of all African trade, and pre-pandemic things said that the African continental trade would increase this by more than 33%. It promises to be the biggest free trade area in the whole world. It sounds very promising, it sounds perfect with regards to a Pan-African dream, but we really would like to question what this means for the women of Africa. We'll do this by having Fatima present the initial findings of the paper she's been working on, exactly this intersection of women's rights for African women and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and what it means and how much of a dream is it, what we need to be careful about, what we need to be watching for, but also where our opportunities lie within the process. And without further ado, I'd like to ask the floor to Fatima. Welcome.
Hello, thank you, Crystal. Thank you very much. Yes, so the paper that I've been working on has actually been commissioned by FEMNET, and it's in its final rounds at the moment of being looked at. So what I'm presenting to you today are essentially many of the key thoughts and actions that have come from that. And essentially the paper is a Pan-African feminist take on the CFTA and where it is taking us. So I think the first thing really is that we are in a place right now where we no longer have to convince everyone that trade is not gender neutral. So 15 years ago, when I first entered the gender and trade world, that was the case, but we are not there at the moment. In 2020, and that's great. However, we do need to move away from what has become a space where gender and trade liberalisation in particular is framed primarily in terms of opportunities for women as units of production and consumption. And I think this is one of the key issues that we are facing at the moment in terms of much of the narrative that is out there. So the CFTA, as a process of regional integration, is based on extensive and quite rapid liberalisation. And it's a feminist issue because policies that affect women trade policies affect women differently from men due to gender inequality, access to and control of economic and social resources, decision-making, gender divisions of labour, and could go on. And this liberalisation leads to significant changes and dislocations within national economies as markets are opened up to free trade. And these periods of transition and adjustment have serious real-world impacts on the lives of people at various levels. And this is acknowledged as part of liberalisation theory, so this is not news. At the macro level, women's participation in markets will either narrow or grow as sectors expand or contract. Women dominate the informal sector and are often far less secure in contracts than men, even within formal employment, thus carrying the weight of job losses. Even in expanding sectors, women are often used as sources of competitive advantage due to their low wage status. So while more jobs may indeed be created, the quality and the dignity of those jobs needs to be questioned. At the micro level, these changes lead to either increases or decreases in women's capacity and control over household income and spending. And this has wider societal implications. We're talking health, education, nutrition. Women's unpaid care work, which is often 3 to 4 times that of men, is also impacted as a result of liberalisation. Unpaid care is a key factor that is often not calculated within economies. And as a result, we have a variety of sort of positionings that are being based, models, and do not take this into account at all. However, unpaid care, feminist economists have proven over time, essentially is what produces the societies that we live in economically. Very critical provision of universal basic services are also affected. Not just through cuts in government spending as a result of revenue losses, but also the resultant entry of privatisation as liberalisation opens up essential services for competition and the deregulation of those sectors. The commodification of these areas are a source of major concern for African feminists. So there are several questions, there are many questions that we need to ask, and we need answers to them, but we have a few we've been able to focus on in order to get things moving. So in the first instance, we ask if women are indeed being targeted for training and employment in key sectors set for expansion, as also the narrative at the moment is actually focused on, what provisions are being put into place to ensure that the labour will not be exploited, and thereby will not embed the structural and systemic gendered economic inequality that already exists. Will the work created be decent and dignified? There has been a major focus on how the CFTA can provide opportunities for women traders and entrepreneurs more broadly, and in particular, women cross-border traders have been heavily featured. So with the proposition that the Pan-African Simplified Trade Regime will provide Palestinians to the challenges of harassment, war delays, corruption and insecurity that women traders at the smaller micro level currently face. But we need to be very careful about all this being built here on women as micro and small enterprises within the CFTA, not to fall into the narrative of women entrepreneuring their way out of poverty. Because let's be clear, this is a narrative that has been externally imposed as part of enormous women's empowerment and gender equality agendas that have been essentially brought to the continent through an international drive. And it's deeply problematic because it ignores the structural and systemic realities faced. And it essentially co-opts women into a productive and competitive process where there will always be losers, and there where they are more likely to be the losers nonetheless, and offers no genuine transformational change for the majority of Africa's women. Industrial expansion, where women as cheaper labour are used as a source of competitive advantage, is another area. So we have a serious question over labour rights. Simply incorporating more women into value chains is not enough. What provisions are being made to ensure that women's job precarity will be addressed within these expansions and the gender divisions of labour do not persist? is what we need to understand. Will we see a proliferation of processing zones, for example, that operate outside of national employment regulations? Traditionally, women have been targeted for this. And without this, the CFTA as a vehicle of gender equality and women's empowerment is, quite frankly, meaningless. Women will continue to remain at the coalface of exogenous shocks. In the service sector, we know that the absorptive capacity there, despite the fact that it's growing, is already low, as it requires higher education skills, so there are already huge gender inequalities within that. So what is being done to ensure that men are capturing the best and most lucrative jobs is not the inevitable result as the sector expands. Import penetration of goods and services in many countries and resulting job losses is the immediate likely impact in contexts where provisions have yet to be made. Much has been written by various bodies on what national governments must do in order to ensure women's equitable engagement and return within the CFTA. But the question I then ask is, how is that coming along, especially within our COVID times? What this has done is essentially place the onus of responsibility for ensuring gender equitable outcome at the national level and all of the resource implications that then come. The CFTA itself mentions gender equality, I believe, twice, and has not systemically looked within its own provisioning of what that would mean. So then the next question is, how will essential services that women need be funded when revenues drop as tariffs are removed? And how can this potentially lead to increased privatisation of commodified public goods and essential services? Indeed, will have an impact on women, a harmful impact on women. So universal public services are the foundation of free societies, and the relationship between women and access to essential services is already well documented, with access to health, education, water, and energy all having disproportionate availability in terms of access and quality. Now, prior to COVID-19, most African countries were already struggling to find resources for publicly funded essential services that will ensure quality access to all. As the pandemic continues to impact us, the fiscal space for rights-based essential services to be publicly provided will shrink even further. So what role will the CFTA play in this? And this has become an area of concern in terms of women's, and it's not just in terms of women, but also in terms of the most vulnerable in Germany. A loss of tariff revenues, despite low levels of inter-regional trade currently, still cannot be ignored, especially as it will decrease the impact of already strained budgets. Our countries will be impacted differently as a result of this, and those that have higher contribution of trade taxes to the total tax revenue mix, even more so. Our least developed countries tend to fall into that bracket. But the longer-term impacts and shifts are what are really at play here in this question. At present, the model suggesting that revenues will increase with trade volumes following liberalisation are based on perfect competition, and therefore are far from guaranteed. Shifts in tax policies as a result of tariff losses, no matter how small, can also have detrimental impacts on women and the poorest. Tax on consumption being the most obvious, VAT, for example, disproportionately impacts women. But even if more progressive policies are implemented on incomes and revenues, for example, unless countries follow through on the huge commitments needed to tackle multi and transnational corporations who are currently flattening taxation on the continent, workers and indigenous SMEs with the least liquidity will end up picking up the national bill. The most critical long-term impact that needs to be addressed in this area is how decreasing fiscal space for the provision of essential services will lead to increased accepted privatisation over time. The quality and efficiency of public-private partnerships, for example, remain in question at the global level, and we are seeing increasing evidence to that effect. The third question that we ask is how will regional integration and the development of regional value chains impact local food systems? And how will the CFTA be any different from other free trade initiatives that have prioritised high-value, male-dominated crops and agricultural commodities, ultimately crowding out women and pushing them off their land? Agricultural liberalisation has traditionally had detrimental impacts on women across the world, and Africa is no exception to that. Expansion of commercial interests has led to decreasing what are already low controls over resources such as land. Expansion of industrial approaches focuses on high-value crops dominated by men, and women who are incorporated into agro-industrial complexes, again, through low-wage comparative advantage, are on more secure terms than men, often at the mercy of the convenience of male seasonal migrant workers, for example, who become part of a commercial resilience strategy. Another aspect of the neglect of so-called low-value crops farmed and traded by women. This has major impacts in various ways, from compromising the nutritional biodiversity of the household food basket on the one hand, but also the wider agricultural and ecological biodiversity of the continent on the other, and arguably of the world. So proposals to integrate women into those value chains need to really be looked at several levels in terms of what that will mean in the longer term. So a gender-inclusive agricultural trade promotion, I put this in inverted commas, as being promoted, as being proposed by UNECO in one of their papers in 2020, is reliant on huge amounts of investment and structural reform in order to happen. So the land reforms to provide women with more reliable fixed assets within an increasingly competitive framework, for example, are not likely to happen within the current CFTA timeframes. Alternatives to this, such as access to credit, etc., may be laudable on the one hand, but actually further imbalance women's dependencies on financialization processes, and this does create gendered hierarchies of economic power. Wider feminist ecological concerns also need to be looked at. Dominant agricultural and green revolution paradigms currently determine our agricultural policies on the continent, under the auspices of agri, for example, will be given a boost under the CFTA. And this is also under the auspices of the wider food security agenda. But food security and the green revolution, the evidence has increasingly shown, has not eradicated hunger, and it has led to a loss of farm autonomy and a loss of connectivity between people and local food sources. More broadly, it has led to a decrease in biodiversity in quite worrying and significant numbers, and we know this has climate implications. And women farmers in particular are impacted in terms of autonomy in a variety of ways. So, for example, concerns around the privatisation of resources that women do own within farming processes, such as seeds, as a result of liberalisation, needs to be addressed. We need to look at this extremely seriously. The Green Revolution paradigm does remain in question globally, and African feminists are increasingly calling for the continent to re-evaluate agricultural policy within a food sovereignty framework that provides a more sustainable and ecologically just approach to farming and food provision. So the question that we ask at the end of this is, will the CFTA create space for alternative paradigms such as agroecological farming initiatives that are being explored seriously at the policy level in countries like Senegal to breed and develop, or will it put a halt to that? And our fourth question really looks at how countries where social safety nets are not the law, what will be the economic packages designed to ensure that the continent's women and most vulnerable are not further impoverished through loss of livelihoods? And this brings us onto the much broader question, I think, of what kind of Pan-Africanism the CFTA is offering. And I will use this to sort of bring some conclusion to what I'm presenting. We know that the CFTA has been held as a key contributor to a Pan-African vision of an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa, as enshrined in the AU's Agenda 2063 that Africa really wants. Aside from the crippling dependence on commodity exports that have come to dominate our economy since 1980, the recent impacts of COVID-19 have highlighted the vertical vulnerability that globalization has also brought through the dependence on global value chains. Therefore, a regional integration that builds internal self-sufficiency within Africa and the strength this can offer in the face of future economic shocks is an understandable goal and one that Pan-African feminists are in favour of. But we have to recognise that the CFTA is coming into being a continent with the greatest income disparity at any level in the global frame. Double the level seen in ASEAN or CARICOM. 3 countries produce over 50% of our GDP. We have, I believe, 33 of the world's 47 least developed countries in our continent. And the question of winners and losers has already started being asked. Listening to the debrief earlier before our session started, it's clear that these discussions have already been on the table. So we also ask, therefore, what kind of policy of solidarity with the CFTA is genuinely proposing to address the above. Ultimately, trade liberalisation without finding comparative advantage in order to compete. So although the language of cooperation is being used, we cannot overlook the fact that economic integration in the CFTA is still ultimately a competitive process. The liberalisation schedule is fast. Let's make no mistake about this. The rapidity of the timeframe cannot be underscored enough in terms of what the impacts will be. Dismissing this would be not problematic, I think we overuse that word, but it's actually cavalier. Many of the significant resource reallocations needed in advance are enormous. Is there the time or the money to defend against the impact of the adjusted costs? Have we thought this through in that way? This process is therefore presenting question marks around the sequencing for a continent that is still significantly unprepared in terms of infrastructural and productive capacities. And we believe that women will take a larger brunt of that lack of preparation. More broadly, what are the implications for extra-regional trade? Our trade relationships with non-continental actors have been characterized by significant power imbalances. We know this. Regional integration should therefore also be about solidifying the porosity of trading borders in defense against those imbalances. But many of our continental producers are of extra African origin or have significant extra African shareholder liability. And this, despite that, they have greater competitiveness than our own SMEs. So really, what will the competition be like when things kick off? The role and influence of widening supply chains beyond the continent, do we have a unified positioning on what this will be also? And the investment needed to facilitate the CFTA will require quite extensive solicitation at the national level of external actors because our banks simply do not have the capacity. So what will be the cost of that in terms of unity, in terms of solidarity? And where bilateral agreements are concerned, the CFTA discourages this for the time being, but they cannot be stopped. And so what are the implications for disrupting inter-regional integration, opening up borders more widely through non-state nation rules? We know that Kenya is already engaging in talks around bilateral negotiations with the US and the UK, and we know that the UK is currently bent on quite aggressive renegotiation of trade terms as it leaves the EU. We also know that two of our West African countries have interim economic partnership agreements with the EU. What are the implications there? Ultimately, we must be honest about the fact that even countries that do well due to their better preparedness, there will be casualties of their adjustments, and this is inevitable. So although the continental regional integration funds that are being discussed, such as those within the EU, even within such frameworks, a hierarchy in inequality between nations has been seen to exist if we look at other examples. How do we plan on addressing that? So this then comes to that final question of what kind of Pan-Africanism is genuinely being posed, and who will actually benefit. I will leave with a quote from two of our African feminist thought leaders, Hakim Abbas and Amin Mama, who asked the question when it came to economic systems and neoliberal expansion across the era, and who it will benefit, not just for Africa's women, but indeed for all of those who are not part of the global capitalist elite. And we ask that question here in terms of the CFTA, in order to find out what the best form of regional integration will generally be for our continent. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. Thank you for such a succinct, very clear and very passionate presentation. We're really looking forward to the paper that comes from your thoughts and your leadership in this. You spoke a lot about structural transformation and the questions around women and the economy that come up when you bring this up is, questions about financial inclusion and microcredit. And the work of NAWI and its collective is really trying to decolonize that and change the narrative to begin to look at more structural transformation that's rooted in real meaningful change at a macro level, policy-making space processes as well. I know we've been having a bit of technology problems, and I wonder if Memory is on the floor, and if she is, kindly unmute and show yourself. And if she's not, I will come back to her and I'll move now to Chennai, who I introduced earlier. And Chennai, as you responded to Fatima's presentation, we have a question from the floor from Naima who asks, to what extent do you think this Continental Free Trade Agreement helps the realization and improvement of equal gender participation in the economic sector, and what measures have been planned so far. Shana, I know you were going to speak to the inadequacies of the CFTA to put in place an adequate mitigation plan for negative effects, but also bringing it to light the importance for women's rights perspective as outlined by Fatima. So I'll pass over to you, Shana, welcome.
Thanks so much, Crystal. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect, great. First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on what's really such an important topic, and I think for me so crucial and should be central to the conversation about the CFTA. Fatima, thank you so much for sharing your paper. I think for me, when I was going through it, it was the recommendations that most struck me, particularly because I think the issues that you highlighted are quite central, and I kept thinking, so what do we need to do in order to address all of these issues that you so eloquently outline in the paper are quite pertinent to be considering. And I think when taking a look at your recommendations, the one that really struck me was particularly the need for a mechanism that can mitigate the adjustment costs, most of which you rightly indicated will be felt by women. And in your recommendations, you speak to, I think, two things. Firstly, there being a sort of continental integration fund that can be set aside to support this type of mitigation strategy, but also that some of the key instruments such as the African Trade Observatory also having a very clear women's rights analytical framework. So I think for me, particularly because I have 5 minutes and they always say start with the conclusion first, I think what's so important, particularly as we think about some of the negative effects that are most definitely going to come on the shoulders of women, is the need for there to be a mechanism, a strategy that can be put in place to mitigate this adjustment, the adjustment costs. So maybe just to break that down a little bit, you indicated that we will be seeing significant resource allocations. And so as a continent, we need to be thinking about two things. Do we have the resources to adjust to these resource allocations? Secondly, do we have the time? Because ultimately, these are the two different resources that we need to deliver on this. But unfortunately, if you take a look at both of these, the resources and the time, it looks as though that we will not be able to put this in place in advance of the tariff removals. And this for me is quite concerning, particularly when we take a look at the disruption of the national economies. If you take a look at the speed at which we are currently engaging in the conversation about the CFTA, I think for me it's so important that we recognize that the CFTA can't just be a free trade agreement for the sake of being a free trade agreement. Absolutely, regional integration is something that we're seeing across the continent, but Fatima, you rightly indicated that the African context provides us with a number of considerations that need to be key and I think central to us as we think through the FTA. You indicated that Africa has one of the largest income disparities across the world. Africa also has a situation where 3 countries hold 50% of the continent's wealth. We also have 33 of the 47 least developing countries. And so because of this, really, if we're trying to have a discussion about the continental free trade area that will meaningfully provide benefits to the most marginalized, we need to be taking into consideration these contexts. And so I think your paper speaks to the fact that there's a discussion about a simplified trade regime. And this, of course, is being touted as one of the ways that women will be able to benefit, particularly because when you take a look at their engagement as cross-border traders, they tend to make, to be the majority. But I think your paper also highlights that there are a number of other very significant issues that affect women when they're trading that we also need to be taking into consideration. And so this speaks to, for example, some of the harassment that women are facing when they're at the borders. It takes into consideration gender-based violence, corruption. All of these are issues that women face when they're at their borders as well. And so I think when you take a look at the discussion about speed, the rapidity, I like the use of that word, at which we're engaging with the CFTA. I think my concern is we haven't really taken into consideration the context within which we are currently having these discussions, and because of that, there is a very real risk that we could actually perpetuate some of the gender-related inequalities that are currently existing on the continent now, unless we also be thinking through a mitigation strategy and mechanism that we can put in place to address many of these issues that you highlight in your paper. And I think the second issue we also need to be taking into consideration when thinking through a mitigation strategy is, do we have the resources? So your paper highlights that pre-COVID, initially there was an estimation that we would need about $40 billion in terms of trade financing for us to push through with the CFTA. But my concern with that, I think, in fact, before I go there, your paper also highlights the fact that $40 billion is something that we actually don't even have internally within the continent. So because of this, we're likely going to have to reach out to external partners, which then also begs the question around what kind of influence would external partners have as we start to, cover CFTA. But I think for me, what's also worth, I think, taking into consideration is that this $40 billion doesn't actually take into consideration some of the other negative externalities that we are going to see, and this is by way of disrupted livelihoods. So your paper also speaks to the fact that many of our countries don't actually have adequate social security systems. In order to be able to support many of the most vulnerable and marginalized that are negatively affected by the CFTA, we need to be including this, as far as I'm concerned, into the financing that is necessary for us to actually put in place a CFTA that is meaningful, that won't have more negative effects than positive effects, and also has a significant benefit, particularly for women who, like you correctly indicated, are those who will be most negatively affected by the negative effects that we see as a result of the CFTA. I can see time, so I'm going to wrap up quickly. I think for me, another point that you also highlighted in your paper is what we're also going to see is a decrease in tariff revenue. And you point to a paper that was written by the World Bank saying that this is really nothing to be concerned about because we're likely to see this offset by the economic growth. But as you rightly indicated, this growth is not guaranteed. But also, secondly, when you take a look at the way that we will be losing tariff revenue, it means that many of our countries will now need to start looking at alternative domestic resources to support many of the social sectors that are again most used by women, but also tend to be supported by some of these tariff revenues. And so because of this, you're likely to potentially see some regressive taxation policies taking place within our countries, which again have their most negative effect on women. But also, if inadequate finances are able to be raised, we're likely to see reduced funding in the health sector, in the education sector, and social protection, again, sectors that are largely used by women. And so I think all of these different considerations that I've highlighted speak to the fact that we need to, and in fact, as far as I'm concerned, really should have had a mitigation strategy that was put in place to accompany the CFTA that we are currently discussing. I think you speak to sequencing, but I think for me, if anything, this should have been a priority, that we have such a plan in place so that we already can be thinking about what are the negative situations that are likely to arise and what are the steps that we're putting in place, how much time do we need, and also do we have the resources, where can we get those resources from? And I think all of this is particularly crucial because if we don't take this into consideration, it's very likely that the CFTA could end up causing much more harm than good. And again, like you rightly indicate in your paper, it's very much taking into consideration and thinking through a mitigation strategy is, do we have the resources? So your paper highlights that pre-COVID, initially there was an estimation that we would need about $40 billion in terms of trade financing for us to push through with the CFTA. But my concern with that, and in fact, before I go there, your paper also highlights the fact that $40 billion is something that we actually don't even have internally within the continent. So because of this, we're likely going to have to reach out to external partners, which then also begs the question around what kind of influence would external partners have as we start to, carve out CPTA. But I think for me, what's also worth, I think, taking into consideration is that this $40 billion doesn't actually take into consideration some of the other negative externalities that we are going to see, and this is by way of disrupted livelihoods. So your paper also speaks to the fact that many of our countries don't actually have adequate social security systems. In order to be able to support many of the most vulnerable and marginalized that are negatively affected by the CFTA, we need to be including this, as far as I'm concerned, into the financing that is necessary for us to actually put in place a CFTA that is meaningful, that won't have more negative effects than positive effects, and also has a significant benefit, particularly for women who, like you rightly indicated, are those who would be most negatively affected by the negative effects that we see as a result of the CFTA. I can see time, so I'm going to wrap up quickly. I think for me, another point that you also highlighted in your paper is what we're also going to see is a decrease in tariff revenue. And you point to a paper that was written by the World Bank saying that this is really nothing to be concerned about because we're likely to see this offset by the economic growth. But as you rightly indicated, this growth is not guaranteed. But also, secondly, when you take a look at the way that we will be losing tariff revenue, it means that many of our countries will now need to start looking at alternative domestic resources to support many of the social sectors that are again most used by women, but also tend to be supported by some of these tariff revenues. And so because of this, you're likely to potentially see some regressive taxation policies taking place within our countries, which again have the most negative effect on women. But also, if inadequate finances are able to be raised, we're likely to see reduced funding in the health sector, in the education sector, and social protection, again, sectors that are largely used by women. And so I think all of these different considerations that I've highlighted speak to the fact that we need to, and in fact, as far as I'm concerned, really should have had a mitigation strategy that was put in place to accompany the CFTA that we are currently discussing. I think you speak to sequencing, but I think for me, if anything, this should have been a priority, that we have such a plan in place so that we already can be thinking about what are the negative situations that are likely to arise and what are the steps that we're putting in place, how much time do we need, and also do we have the resources, where can we get those resources from? And I think all of this is particularly crucial because if we don't take this into consideration, it's very likely that the CFTA could end up causing much more harm than good. And again, like you rightly indicate in your paper, it's very much, it would probably be the women that are carrying the brunt of this burden. Thanks so much, Crystal. Happy to answer the Q&As later.
Thank you so much, Chennai. Thank you for leading Fatima Sego with such care and bringing up such pertinent issues. I wonder if memory is now on, and if you could switch on her video. I see her coming back. Hi, Marie. If you could please switch on your, there we are, and your microphone. There's never a virtual session without any hiccups. Okay, for a few minutes. While we give her a few minutes, if anybody has any, well, there you go. Hi, Marie, and welcome. My question to you, FEMLEC commissioned the paper that Fatima is finalizing. What drove you to have a feminist analysis? And there have, as both Fatima and Chennai have put forth, there are huge challenges. But the train is at the station, and the CFTA is one that is already going to be coming to reality. And so I wonder, as Africa's biggest women's rights organization network, What next? What does it mean for the women of Africa? What does it mean for women organizing? What does it mean for a team that's already left to build it better, especially for the women and girls of Africa? Over to you.
Thank you so much, Crystal, and thank you so much, Chennai and Fatima, for really putting together such. I think Fatima, the paper that you have put through is really, really insightful. But I think it's also timely coming in at a time where we as African feminists really need to be involved, engaged, but also having the tool and the analysis to be able to engage in the CFTA process. So as feminists, I think one of the things that we have really been pushing for is recognizing that how do we start shifting the narrative from women just being seen as within the micro space, but also to be engaged in the macro level issues. So our role really as a Pan-African feminist network is to start shifting the narrative. So you find even in the CFTA process, most of the conversations when it pertains to women are mostly around micro issues, around cross-border trade, and not so much their engagement and their contribution to big deals. Fatima mentioned some of the bilateral deals that we are seeing that are happening between countries in the US and the UK, and even with China. And for us is to say, how do we make sure that we are using and we are proffering an alternative, because we really believe that with the way COVID has also impacted on Africa and on our economies, also calls for an alternative paradigm, a shift in terms of our thinking. And feminist economists actually present that. So with this paper, we are very pleased to be able to be covering an alternative, and Fatima has really broken down what it means, the impact of the CFT and to the realities that women face in terms of the burden of care, looking even at the natural resources, looking at even the grants that we face in terms of the taxes, the tariffs, and all these trade agreements, what it will mean for the realities of women. So I think for us is to say, how can we come up with an alternative, with an alternative, with an alternative thinking around women not just being relegated to micro issues, but also engaging in the macro level issues right now. And one of the things, the way we also see this is an opportunity for us to achieve this. And at FMX, it is also part of the collective that is working across Africa, the Feminist Economics Collective, is that we really want to build the capacities of women's rights organizations, of individual activists, of media, as well as even for women's rights organizations as well. And we want to do this through what we call the African Feminist Macroeconomic Academy. And this is an annual academy that we do where we really break down on macro level issues. And we've done this looking at illicit financial flows. We've done this looking at the world of work and also on financialization. We also want to generate knowledge in terms of how do we generate knowledge amongst the different activists, how also do we also link with the different allies as well. And also how do we start strategically influencing. So we always have issues around, oh yes, we are women, teachers, women on the table, but what exactly is the underlying analysis? What is what are the gendered implications that are being presented, and how do we make sure that we are influencing the agenda in a very strategic way? Then the other pathway is for us to also start building a movement that really links the work that women's rights organizations are doing work that also links with the different institutions as well as the different structures that are there in terms of working with individual activists on one hand and feminist economists on the other. This so that we can also tackle development issues through macro level economy policy shifts. So this is what Crystal, like you were asking in terms of why we commission this paper and what we really want. I think overall we really want to influence macro level economic policy making to be more gender transformative, to be fair, and also to be for there to be equitable distribution of resources in Africa. So the CFTA is really pivotal in terms of really it has to be centered in terms of really looking at other dimensions that go beyond financial inclusion, but really looking at some of the elements around the social contracts that is there between the different countries. How will that also impact? Looking at the issues that Chanel was also bringing out when we know when women who are trading the issues of violence against women, the harassment, just making sure that the playing field is level, but also making sure that there are adequate resources and that the process is well thought out, like what Fatima talks about in terms of making sure that the CFTA process is really sequential. It doesn't leave anyone behind, but also that is embedded in the Pan-African community. So I'll stop for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. I will now go into a Q&A. There's one question that I can see in the chat, and I'll probably come to you, Fatima. We have 15 minutes left, so I'll keep this to about 14 minutes so we can say goodbye. To what extent, Fatima, do you think there's any positive space for the realization of gender equality? And I know that's a tough one, and there's a lot of questions and gaps to be addressed. But is there anything that we see as a positive out of this that we can hold on to, grow, and really, really make something out of it?
Yeah, you've given me a very hard question. Crystal, thank you. This is what I would say in response to that. And, it is quite top line to a certain extent, but I think the fact that we are able to talk about women's equality within this agreement is the one positive light to look at. To answer the question directly, to what extent do I think this actually helps the realization and improvement of equal gender participation in the economic sector? I would say in terms of the measures that have been put in, I would say it's completely down to interpretation, and that actually is the problem. So like I said in my presentation, the CFTA itself makes just a cursory reference to gender equality. There is no reference in terms of women's economic rights more broadly. And the narrative so far has been dominated by the onus being on countries themselves within their implementation plans to make the CFTA work for them. So in terms of what that means essentially that countries will be the ones that will have to do all of the research and analysis at the sectoral level in order to understand what the likely impacts will be, to look at all of the tariff lists and understand what the likely impacts will be on women, to really understand how not just to create a narrative around opportunities for women within value chains, but to be honest about what the negative fallouts will be as adjustments are made. And this comes to this issue again of mitigation. And then to prepare, on the back of that analysis, an entire framework of an approach within their implementation of the CFTA that will help to create the opportunities that are being promised at the moment within many of the documents that look at women specifically that have been produced by various organisations. They have to be created at the moment because the liberalisation process itself will cause disruptions across the board, and that's acknowledged. So you have to defend against and then create at the same time. And countries are being left to their own devices at the moment. to do that when it comes to gender equality. And as we know, the issue is we have huge inequalities between our countries. Even our wealthiest countries will struggle to put that into place for a variety of different reasons, related to resource allocation, but also just related to capacity, but also just sensitization. How many have even thought about doing it in a meaningful way? But in terms of hope, what does it actually, what hope is there? We're having this conversation now, and I think what Memory said in her presentation is absolutely critical. We need to create a movement around this. The average African does not know what the African CFTA is. Let's be completely honest about that. The average African citizen is not aware. So this whole project has not been given the limelight and the showcase it needs to have been. Whether we're talking about infomercials, huge, social media presence, in order to be able to reach everybody, so they can understand it. It has not been broken down in a way that is also understandable for the average citizen. I mean, to be perfectly honest, my paper, commissioned by Tana, has been written to try and reach women's organizations and women's activists so that they can be empowered in order to know the processing, and engage with some of the issues from an advocacy perspective. We need to be doing a lot more of that in order to reach everybody. And there have already been, obviously, concerns around the level of engagement the entire CFTA process has had with civil society organizations. I'm sure that's already been debated so far. I heard it in the debrief before we started. Much more is needed, but this is a major concern. When we have all of that in place, in all honesty, the hope remains currently alive. It is there, but it's a small light that needs to grow, but only if we can get movement in these areas. So that is the best response I can give in terms of hope, because what I don't want to do is undermine how critical the situation we are in right now, and how critical it is that we have this issue taken really seriously.
Thank you, Fatima. Chennai, in your final remarks as we say goodbye, with the lens that you carry and working within a tax justice space and considering that, the AFCFTA might provide space for multinationals to come in against the backdrop of us losing, between $50 and $100 billion annually through the financial flows, depending on who you ask. Where do you see your biggest work in, and how do you begin to respond to movement building that both Fatima and Memory have put so eloquently forward in the work that you do?
Yeah, thanks so much for that question, Crystal. And I think Fatima actually alluded to it earlier when she was sort of giving a bit of an overview in terms of the companies that we have on the continent, how many of them have shareholders, for example, that are external, how many of them are actually owned by external companies. And so I think within the lens of the CFTA, this is definitely something that we need to be keeping an eye out. Because ultimately what we could potentially see is not necessarily it being African, indigenous companies that are benefiting, rather those that are multinational. And I think the minute we start to bring in that conversation, then you start to see much more likelihood of exactly like we've indicated as the financial flows, which of course will be a concern and undermines really what we're trying to achieve with the CFTA. And so I think this goes back to the point that was raised by the moderator earlier, and I think reiterated by Fatima. We definitely need to start to do a lot more awareness raising on some of these potential issues. We need to get citizens much more engaged with these processes so that they're aware. I think right now, for example, as we start thinking through phase 2 conversations, there is still room for us to, try and democratize some of these conversations, because this is so crucial to make sure that really what's that outcome is something that will be beneficial to not just MSCs and companies, but the average person on the street.
Thank you, Chennai. And last but definitely not least, Memory. The conversation and the narrative of a resilient African woman who is able to stand in front of it and still manages to ride that's not included in my background. It's something that I question, this narrative of an African woman's resilience. And I wonder what that means up against the movement that feminist is part of on the continent and up against very Pan-African ideated frameworks such as the AFCFTA and what that means for you going forward. And if you see any glimmer of hope, like Fatima put it, and a space that you can broaden that glimmer of light and hope to be a little bit more sparkly, a little bit more hopeful, and a little bit more shining light on all these other things, because all oppression is linked and we have lots of different issues facing African women and girls as well.
Wow, thanks, Crystal. I think for me, just to say, as we talk of Pan-Africanism, one thing that has to be missing across the continent is women's contribution. So I think it's so refreshing to be able to be in a space and a time where we have a scholarship, like, building up that scholarship, where we can also talk about where women need to be, and also, having our own African knowledge, which we can also put forward, particularly for a process like CFTA. And for us, this paper, this is why it was so important, and also engaging and working with Fatima and putting together, because we are actually building what it's more like actually giving an alternative. And I think the hope is in accepting that we really need an alternative. And if that can be something that we can also get to push forward and say, an alternative also that is not ashamed to really say, we talk a lot about women at the center, we talk a lot about gender equality, but without actually looking and addressing it systematically and structurally. So I think this is a great opportunity even for Tana Forum to be able to to be bold enough, to have this side event, which really talks about a feminist alternative. And we say feminist because we talk about the power analysis, which just goes beyond just including women, talking about women being there, but actually looking at the broader and saying there's absolutely something wrong with our current economic system, and the global financial system needs to be redesigned, and what's so more at this point. And I think the hope that I have is that CFTA, if we really go and base it on our Pan-African ethos, and really start being inclusive and looking at different intersections that are there, and not just relegated to individual countries, relegated to some of the orthodox kind of like economic model, then I don't think we will achieve much. So I think the hope is, if we are open to this alternative and to a feminist alternative, so I think the hope is there if we really are bold enough to take it on, and not just have women just as an add-on, but really have the thought leadership that looks at the gender impacts of the CTA.
Thank you very much, Marie. Thank you so much, Fatima, Chennai, Marie, for giving us your space, your time, your wisdom, and your thought leadership with us this afternoon. It's been such an honor and a pleasure to be, speaking with you on the same panel, albeit virtually, all the way through to Ethiopia and the Tana Forum. It's been really exciting. It's been a journey to get here. This was really, really amazing. We will be tweeting about it. We will be talking about this more, and we hope that more knowledge around this is produced. Now we will be is actually currently putting together a repository of African women's thought leadership on macro level economic policy, and that will come through to the world by December. So we're really excited about that, and really excited to include work like this in that repository to share with not just African and influence African policies, but globally as well, and I think that's important. I start with a quote by Oriel Polo that says, "We can't entrepreneur our way around bad leadership. We can't entrepreneur our way around bad policies. Those of us who have managed to entrepreneur ourselves out of it are living in a very false security in Africa. There's growth in Africa, but Africans are not growing, and we have to question why is there this big push to innovate ourselves around problems that our leaders, our taxes, our policymakers, ourselves, to be quite frank, should be grappling with. I think the COVID pandemic presents an opportunity where we can move away from the norm, from this neoliberal structure of the economy globally, and really chart a way forward that is different, that is African, and that is ours. I say thank you, Santi Tana. I pass now back to Brian Magoro, and wish you all well for the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Crystal. Thank you, Memory, Chennai, Fatma, for an engaging session. The challenge for African leaders, the challenge for African policymakers, and those driving the AFCFTA is not only to engage in listening to and hearing people, but ensuring that groups such as AWI are able to shape the trajectory of the AFCFTA, and that not only is there a commitment to rethink certain things, but there be a commitment to take on board the lived experiences, the thoughts, the inputs of those who will have and live with the consequences of AFCFTA. And I think that this is a huge challenge for policy. We're going to be talking to policymakers in the next 15 minutes, and hopefully some of the participants who've joined this particular conversation will stay on to ask some of the very senior policymakers that are joining the next conversation some of the questions raised. The commitment at Tana is not to make any issue of pertinence a ghetto. It's also not to just talk about issues. Tana is not a policy-making platform, but it's a space where we enable dialogue to happen. And it's up to policymakers and also activists, artists, and academics that come here to ensure that beyond Tana, these conversations are actually taken on board in reshaping African policy. If there is tea and coffee, unfortunately, the breaks today are very small. I'll ask that you take 10 minutes, try and grab a coffee or a tea, and then return for another engaging session. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, as I've already said, to the wonderful panel that we've had, and see you in the next 13 minutes. Thank you. I'd like to request the delegates in the room to try and settle down for the session. Excellencies, distinguished participants, this is the 5th day of the 2020 Tana Forum, and we're going to where we've been exploring the link between the continental free trade area and conflict transformation. And this particular session will bring those two themes into focus. We're joined by an eminent panel, and two, I think, are in the room. The other will join us virtually. Excellencies, with your permission, what I will do is first introduce our moderator for the session, and then I will then call upon you to join me on the stage. The session will be moderated by Faten Agat, who's an Algerian national and is advisor to the High Representative of the AU chairperson on future relations with the European Union. Tana has served in different capacities, including as an advisor to the Africa Forum, Business Association, to the Maendeleo Group, and a consultant for multiple United Nations agencies. She has also worked for several think tanks in South Africa and Europe, and she is a guest lecturer at the Geneva Center for Security Policy in Geneva. I'm going to invite Her Excellency, the UN Special Representative to the African Union, UNOA, Ms. Hannah Tete, to kindly join us on the stage, Excellency. And I'm also going to invite His Excellency, Mr. Remy Marechal, the Ambassador of France to Ethiopia and representative to the African Union. Excellencies, I am not deserting you. I will leave you on the stage so that we comply with social distancing requirements. I wish you the most productive conversation. I will return at the end of the session. All the best to the moderator.
Good afternoon, everyone. I can hear myself speaking, so this is working. I could not be with you in Addis today, unfortunately. Led me to being stranded, but I'm certainly honored to have been given the opportunity to moderate the session today. It's been a very exciting 5 days, quite stimulating, and I do trust that the session that we have today will allow us to take a lot of those ideas further and further contribute to the issue that we're debating. The focus of the panel today is on the CFTA and conflict transformation, and that relationship is very clearly symbiotic. Instability can be a significant obstacle to the implementation of the CFTA as we envision it. Delays in some parts of the continent due to conflict can mean that we will have uneven integration across the continent, which really goes against the spirit of the CFTA for fully integrated Africa. At the same time, the CFTA can be a lever for stability and can expand the toolbox that we have at our disposal to address the multiple challenges that we have on the continent today. So it's an honor, again, today to be facilitating this session today to help us reflect on the link between these two very important agendas for the continent. I have with me a group of panelists that has very rich experience and that would allow us to further unpack the link between the CFTA and conflict transformation. Let me first start by introducing the first speaker, Her Excellency Hannah Tete, who is the special representative of the UN Secretary General to the African Union and head of the United Nations Office to the African Union. It's an honor to have you among us today, and thanks for accepting the invitation. But I'm particularly excited to have you on the panel and to listen to your presentation because of your experience, which combines trade and security-related portfolios at national, regional, and continental level, as well as international, of course. Just as a reminder to our participants and panelists, that you've served as the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration of the Republic of Ghana, a member of the National Security Council and the Armed Forces Council. You were also the chairperson of the Council of Ministers, and the chairperson of the Mediation and Security Council of ECOWAS. You've served as Minister of Trade and Industry, and the list goes on. So I hope that you can infuse your presentation today with the experience that you've had in these different capacities. Let me start with my question to you. The nature of conflict on the continent is diverse. It requires responses that are capable of tackling the multidimensionality. In your view, what is the contribution of the CFTA in this respect? Will it allow us indeed to tackle this multidimensionality of conflict on the continent? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. And I think that to address this question adequately, we've really got to look at the root causes of conflict. And in a number of our countries, the root causes of conflict are economic. The challenges of underdevelopment and poverty. And of course, the inadequacy of national responses to meet those challenges. And the competition for resources. Resources in terms of grazing land, in terms of access to land for cultivation, but resources in terms of access to water and so on and so forth. Some of the most basic things that cause intercommunal conflict. And so when we think of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is a trade and developmental agreement, we've got to recognize that in order to be able to have the development that we seek as a result of the implementation of this agreement, especially in countries that are emerging from conflict, they will require a tremendous amount of support in order to be able to develop the trade facilitation infrastructure that is critical to being able to participate in this regime. And so the comments that you made initially about uneven integration are most likely to be the scenario that we see with the implementation of the AFCFTA in countries emerging from conflict. But the fact that something is difficult doesn't mean that it cannot be done. It just means that we have to be very realistic as regards the issues that need to be addressed in order to be able to make progress on these issues. Trade requires infrastructure in order to be able to take goods and services, whether you're doing that in terms of physical goods transporting from one location to another, or whether nowadays, as we are doing, the delivery of more services can be done online. Most countries that are currently in conflict or emerging from conflict have a deficit of infrastructure. So being able to bridge that gap and identifying what are the key transport routes in order to support trade from those countries is going to be an important part of any country's export strategy to take advantage of the AFCFTA. The other point that I would like to make is that we forget sometimes when we are talking about trade that this is a highly regulated sector. You're talking about consumer protection, you're talking about standards, you're talking about making sure that there is health and safety taken into consideration, especially when you're dealing with food products. But the opportunity that exists in terms of creating regional value chains, especially for agricultural products, and being able to use that to alleviate hunger is an important reason why, as I said, the fact that this is difficult doesn't mean that it shouldn't be done. So the first point I'm making is that for countries emerging from conflict, setting up the trade facilitation infrastructure is going to be a challenge. Secondly, investing in the key supporting infrastructure is important. Thirdly, developing the human capacity is equally important. In most countries on the continent, and I'm generalizing because I don't want to deal with specific country situations, the informal sector accounts for 70 to 80% of the economy, and I'm being generous. There are very few countries that actually can say that the formal sector of the economy contributes 50% of their GDP. More often than not, it is the informal sector. And added to that, we have a situation where we have a lot of micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, among these enterprises, which are the ones that are the best candidates to be able to take advantage of the AFCFTA and begin to trade across borders? What kind of support needs to be given at the country level to help them to build capacity to do that? Once you've got those various points in place and you've developed, as I said, a strategy to be able to address this, then you can look at how you are going to deal with some of the root causes of conflict and the conflict drivers and provide the necessary support and investment for the small and medium enterprises in those sectors to be part of larger supply chains, because they're not likely to be able to do this by themselves, to be part of larger supply chains to take advantage of the AFCFTA. So I don't want to present a rosy picture of everything is going to be wonderful once this agreement is implemented. It would not be realistic. But even though it requires a lot of work, it is possible to take advantage of the market access that is provided to support and to promote further regional integration, especially as regards the movement of goods across the regions. It also will be an opportunity for us to improve food security by developing regional value chains for key products. It also is an opportunity, once you've created the opportunities for trade, to create the businesses that alleviate poverty and give people the reason to think about planning for a future instead of just thinking about living from day to day. So I'll end by saying that we should not be too, too optimistic about the AFCFTA being a factor in reducing conflict over the short term. But for as long as there's adequate strategy, development and implementation, and of course the financial and technical support to be able to develop the sectors of the economy that can benefit most from this arrangement, we will be able to have the countries that are in conflict more integrated into the sub-regional and regional economies and create opportunities for them to be able to generate the resources to promote their own development. Thank you very much.
Merci, merci Monsieur l'ambassadeur pour ces clarifications.
Thank you.
Nous avons
It's a reality call and a reminder that it's not a silver bullet. The CFTA is not a silver bullet.
Je vois que les problèmes techniques ont été réglés, donc c'est vraiment un plaisir de vous avoir parmi nous. Je disais tout à l'heure que ça serait particulièrement intéressant d'avoir pouvoir bénéficier de votre analyse sur l'expérience de l'Afrique centrafricaine en particulier. Madame Tété avait soulevé la question des pays émergents en particulier. Et les défis auxquels il faisait face. Je disais aussi que faisant référence au plan national de relèvement et de consolidation de la paix de la République centrafricaine, qui met en évidence le lien entre l'insécurité, la perturbation des échanges commerciaux et les moyens de subsistance de la population. Ce même plan national soulève aussi plusieurs questions dont celle des groupes marginalisés, auxquels aussi l'ambassadeur Mahacho a fait référence, le besoin de reconstruire l'infrastructure. Donc il y a beaucoup de questions qui sont déjà soulevées dans ce rapport. Et donc, ma question pour vous était comment voyez-vous la contribution de la ZECAf à ces efforts? Vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup, madame. J'espère que vous m'entendez bien. Merci beaucoup. D'abord, merci pour le forum de Tana de m'avoir invité à participer pour la première fois. Je voudrais saluer aussi la présence d'amis, mon ami Anna et mon ami également Rémi. J'ai bien suivi leur contribution, même si j'avais des problèmes techniques, mais j'écoutais très bien les analyses qu'ils viennent de faire et que je partage entièrement. Alors nous sommes... M'entendez pas?
Très bien, monsieur.
Alors, donc, je disais que je souhaiterais très rapidement aborder mon intervention sous l'angle du dynamisme de l'intégration régional, mais dans un contexte également de crise. Et la question que je me suis posée est très simple. Comment mettre en œuvre la ZLECAf dans un contexte de pays en crise? Comme vous le savez aussi, beaucoup de pays africains sont en crise et sur le continent aussi, vous avez beaucoup d'opérations de maintien de la paix, parmi les plus importantes des Nations Unies à travers le monde. Alors, je reviendrai très rapidement en mettant l'accent sur le cas de la République centrafricaine. Il y a, de mon point de vue, une relation vertueuse entre interdépendance économique et paix entre États. Nous pouvons citer beaucoup d'exemples. L'exemple de l'Union européenne est là, on en a parlé. Il y a l'exemple également de la CEDEAO, qui est l'une des organisations régionales qui marche le mieux, je pense. Et les principes d'interdépendance et de responsabilité partagée dans les domaines économiques impliquent aussi une certaine maîtrise des flux des biens, des flux des personnes et des services qui sous-tendent des structures étatiques fonctionnelles avec toutes les compétences régaliennes d'un État. Et quels sont les enjeux de l'intégration économique et politique dans une Afrique plurielle? La ZLECA est entrée en vigueur, comme vous le savez, avec 22 États signataires et c'est l'un des projets phares de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Le potentiel et les enjeux sont conçus. C'est un grand défi pour l'Afrique. Un potentiel de 54 États, l'association éventuelle à terme de 13 territoires ouvrant des perspectives sur d'autres unions économiques également, un PIB de plus de 3,4 trillions de dollars, un marché africain en forte croissance, estimé à plus d'1 milliard de consommateurs. Et donc les enjeux de sa mise en œuvre sont tout aussi importants. Et l'objectif, c'est de créer les conditions pour la libre circulation des biens, des personnes et des services se fera sans embâche. Malheureusement, cette ambition tout à fait louable est mise à mal dans le contexte africain par les différentes crises sur le continent qui sont remarquables par leur complexité, par leur nombre, mais aussi par leur durée. Il y a des crises qui durent depuis 10 ans, voire plus. À ce jour, 50% des opérations de paix des Nations Unies sont déployées sur le continent. Et parmi les opérations de paix importantes, je pense à la MINUSMA au Mali, je pense à la MONUSCO, pas loin de chez moi, à RDC et à la MINUSCA, parmi les opérations les plus importantes des Nations Unies. Néanmoins, une voie vers l'intégration économique et politique offre une opportunité pour forcer le chemin, la transformation pacifique des États en crise. Le cas centrafricain est remarquable. Rémi connaît bien la Centrafrique, pour y avoir été diplomate il y a quelques années auparavant. Et l'intégration économique et politique est à la fois un prérequis et je pense une solution pour l'État centrafricain confronté à une série de crises.
J'imagine comme il y a un service de traduction, il est possible de s'exprimer en français. Non. Ce qui est clair, quand on examine la nature des conflits africains aujourd'hui, on s'aperçoit que l'essentiel de ces conflits sont des conflits internes aux États africains, et ce sont des conflits qui trouvent leur cause profonde dans un manque de développement et surtout un sentiment d'injustice. Je pense que manque directement en parler dans le cas de la République centrafricaine, mais si on prend les principaux conflits, notamment ici dans la région, la situation du Chebab, c'est clair que quand on analyse ce mouvement qui est le plus puissant des mouvements terroristes d'Afrique actuellement, on s'aperçoit que c'est une organisation qui a comme principal atout sa capacité à fournir un revenu régulier à ses combattants, et que les combattants qui sont le plus endoctrinés sont en fait les chefs et sont très minoritaires. C'est un peu la même chose au Sahel. Quand on regarde l'extension de la menace d'Al-Qaïda au Sahel, qui est descendue du Nord Mali vers le centre du Mali et maintenant le Burkina Faso, on s'aperçoit, c'est écrit amplement, il y a une manipulation, une utilisation de la frustration de certaines communautés, notamment la communauté Peul, qui se sent marginalisée, qui se sent maltraitée par la justice des différents États. En République centrafricaine, Banker en reparlera sans doute, mais le conflit est de manière très directe et très évidente motivé par le pillage des ressources naturelles. Et on s'aperçoit que les principales zones de conflit sont celles qui abritent des mines d'or ou des champs de diamants, ou qui sont des aires de transhumance. Le dernier exemple que je vais prendre, c'est la dégradation récente de la situation au nord du Mozambique. On est parti d'un sentiment de frustration d'une communauté locale qui se sont isolées, mal desservies par les services publics, victimes de captation foncière et qui s'est engagé dans un mouvement de rébellion qui devient maintenant international et qui là aussi est accéléré par les perspectives d'exploitation d'hydrocarbures. Donc ma conclusion c'est simplement, je pense qu'on la partage ici, que les conflits actuels en Afrique trouvent leur cause profonde dans le manque de perspective et la marginalisation. C'est pour ça que la réponse à ces conflits comporte toujours une dimension de développement, naturellement, de retour des services de l'État et de développement économique plus généralement. C'est ce qu'on constate au Sahel, les quatre piliers de la coalition actuellement mise en place. Deux de ces quatre piliers portent sur le retour des services de l'État, mais essentiellement le développement économique. Il n'y a pas de solution militaire à ces crises. Face à cette situation, il est clair que la CFTA peut être un game changer, peut apporter une solution aux causes profondes, pas aux crises immédiates, je suis d'accord avec ce qui a été dit, c'est pas de cesser le bullet, mais quand on connaît connaissance des évaluations faites notamment par la Banque mondiale sur les conséquences attendues sur les 15 prochaines années. J'ai cité un chiffre, on a une augmentation du PIB global du continent de 450 milliards de dollars. Maintenant, je crois que ça a été dit par Madame Tété, ça ne va pas se faire plus vite. La réponse, la solution ne sera pas immédiate. Il faut avoir conscience qu'il y a de très nombreux défis dont nous avons pu prendre la mesure, je veux dire, au niveau européen, parce qu'il nous a fallu, nous, presque 70 ans pour arriver à l'intégration économique, qui est l'objectif poursuivi par le CFTA. Parmi ces défis, il est évident que tous les États ne sont pas gagnants à court terme. Les projections montrent que, notamment les États enclavés, sont dans un premier temps victimes de transferts vers les pays côtiers. Il suppose la mise en place de mécanismes de compensation. Tout ça a été anticipé. C'est la raison pour laquelle l'Afrique Bank a mis en place, a annoncé la création d'une facilité d'1 milliard de dollars. Il faut aussi comprendre que la facilitation des échanges passe aussi par une augmentation de la mobilité des populations et ça suppose un renforcement des capacités des services douaniers. Ça suppose également un renforcement de la coopération entre États africains dans le domaine de la sécurité et du renseignement. Après, pour revenir très directement à votre question, qui porte ce soutien que nous entendons apporter à ce projet, j'aimerais juste revenir donner une perspective européenne. Cette perspective européenne, vous le savez tous, c'est que depuis que c'est lancé au niveau de l'Union européenne, dans la création de cette intégration régionale, l'Europe bénéficie, depuis maintenant 70 ans, de la plus longue période de stabilité et de prospérité de son histoire. Et l'objectif politique de cette intégration économique était très clair dans l'ambition des pères fondateurs d'Europe. Je cite notamment Robert Schuman, qui en 1950 disait « Nous n'avons pas su construire l'Europe, donc nous avons eu la guerre ». Donc l'objectif était évident, l'objectif a été difficile à mettre en œuvre, parce que construire une intégration sous poussée, ça suppose renoncer aux États à une part de souveraineté. Ça veut dire accepter de transférer des compétences sur la régulation des mouvements de biens, de services, de capitaux. Ça veut dire accepter de nouvelles normes, ça veut dire faire converger les droits nationaux. Et cette renonciation d'une partie de souveraineté, couplée avec des bénéfices qui peuvent être à court terme pour des coûts à court terme, va nécessiter une forte volonté politique, la réaffirmation d'une volonté politique de la part de nos partenaires africains. Donc, la raison pour laquelle nous avons décidé, de même d'autres partenaires de l'Union européenne et de l'Union européenne collectivement, de soutenir ce projet, cette raison elle est double. La première, et au risque de me répéter, c'est sur le territoire de l'Union européenne qu'il existe l'expérience la plus aboutie d'intégration économique d'abord et politique, dont nous voyons très directement l'impact positif. La deuxième raison, c'est que l'Union européenne est le partenaire extérieur le plus proche du continent africain. La croissance du continent africain est un intérêt évident pour tous les partenaires européens, que cette croissance ne peut que renforcer la stabilisation, ça a été expliqué, ne peut que contribuer à la paix. On ne peut pas être européen, a fortiori un membre fondateur de l'Union européenne, sans être pan-européen. Et mon sentiment, c'est qu'on ne peut pas être le proche partenaire de l'Union africaine tout en étant européen, sans être panafricain. C'est pour ça que l'analyse que la France a faite, à savoir que la mise en place de la zone de libre-échange continentale peut changer radicalement les perspectives de croissance économique, mais aussi de stabilité du continent. C'est pourquoi il est dans notre intérêt direct de l'appuyer par tous les moyens possibles. Donc nous avons déjà mis en place, pour citer quelques chiffres, une facilité de 1,5 million. Nous espérons, j'espère, en janvier 2021, je serai en mesure de présenter le quadruplement de cet effort. Je sais que d'autres partenaires font la même chose, l'Allemagne, la Suède, le Danemark, et que l'Union européenne collectivement le fait aussi. Donc pour conclure, nous avons le sentiment que ce projet peut provoquer un changement radical et bénéfique, et qu'il est dans notre intérêt de tout faire pour soutenir ce projet, et que nous avons peut-être plus que d'autres la capacité de le faire, parce que nous avons l'expérience de cette intégration. Il n'est pas facile, je le répète, on a 70 ans pour y arriver, mais nous sommes en mesure de partager l'expérience acquise. Merci.
Today, and this is what I have to say. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. If I may, I would have one question to stimulate the discussion. You are rightfully saying that the EU is the closest partner of the African continent. As you know, the AFCTA is not that isolated from the general context. Beyond the technical support, don't you think it would also be necessary to reassess the cooperation between both unions, the African Union and the European Union, at a structural level to better support the AFCTA? I would like your thoughts on this matter. Thank you.
Merci. Je pense que vous avez raison, c'est ce nouveau contexte créé par la zone de libre-échange continentale nous offre une opportunité de revoir complètement la manière dont nous travaillons avec, encore une fois, notre partenaire le plus proche, qui est l'Union africaine. Nous avons, dans les semaines et les mois qui viennent, de nombreuses occasions de le faire. Donc il va y avoir une ministérielle entre l'Union européenne et l'Union africaine au mois de décembre qui vise à préparer un sommet des chefs d'État en 2021, dont la date n'est pas encore fixée, qui aurait dû avoir lieu à la fin de cette année, mais que le Covid nous a imposé de repousser. Ce sommet arrive à un moment où l'Union européenne européenne vient de décider de la création de nouveaux instruments. On est à la fin, sans être trop technique, on est à la fin d'un cycle financier qui nous a amené à revoir complètement nos instruments, à mettre en place notamment la facilité européenne de paix, à mettre en place un instrument de soutien au développement qui sera plus dédié spécifiquement à l'Afrique ou une zone en particulier, mais qui est dédié au monde entier, donc qui est le NDICI. Et on arrive également au moment où nous devons convenir du renouvellement de l'accord de Cotonou qui liait l'Union européenne à ses partenaires ACP. On en a discuté encore récemment avec l'Union africaine, qui souhaite que ces deux processus convergent. Et c'est aussi notre volonté. Donc tout ça pour dire qu'on est à un moment très particulier où tout converge pour qu'on redéfinisse un petit peu la nature de notre partenariat. Et de ce point de vue-là, à mes yeux, il y a une double démarche nécessaire. La première, c'est qu'on soit de part et d'autre, du côté européen et du côté africain, explicite sur les intérêts que nous avons, les priorités que nous avons l'un envers l'autre. Donc l'Union européenne a déjà défini ses intérêts en Afrique, a déjà défini ses priorités, ou les priorités qu'elle souhaite voir mises en œuvre sur le continent africain. Maintenant, nous espérons que nos partenaires africains feront la même chose. On attend que l'Union africaine définisse, précise ses intérêts en Union européenne, que l'Union africaine définisse sa stratégie européenne, et qu'une fois qu'on fait converger les deux, on trouve de manière objective, explicite, les intérêts communs et les priorités communes pour changer un peu la manière dont on travaille, qu'on n'ait plus une stratégie de l'Union européenne pour l'Union africaine, mais une stratégie de l'Union européenne avec l'Union africaine. Ça, c'est le premier point. Le deuxième point, c'est qu'on introduise au maximum, dans tous les instruments nouveaux dont nous allons convenir avec nos partenaires africains, une notion très simple et essentielle dans les relations internationales, qui est celle de la réciprocité. Donc il est important qu'on quitte la démarche qu'on a pu avoir jusqu'à présent, où on avait un bloc au nord qui était essentiellement constitué d'un groupe de bailleurs qui regardaient le continent africain comme un terrain vers lequel il fallait délivrer de l'aide au développement, et à l'inverse des partenaires qui considéraient l'Union européenne presque comme un bailleur exclusivement et pas comme un ensemble de partenaires politiques et comme un partenaire politique. Donc nous avons, et je m'arrêterai là, nous avons vraiment la capacité dans les semaines et les mois qui viennent de redéfinir sur la base d'intérêts objectifs communs la manière dont nous entendons promouvoir ensemble ces intérêts communs.
Merci, Monsieur l'ambassadeur, pour ces clarifications. Nous avons Monsieur Ndiaye, bienvenue.
Merci.
Je vois que les problèmes techniques ont été réglés, donc c'est vraiment un plaisir de vous avoir parmi nous. Je disais tout à l'heure que ça serait particulièrement intéressant de pouvoir bénéficier de votre analyse sur l'expérience de l'Afrique centrafricaine en particulier. Madame Tété avait soulevé la question des pays émergents de conflits en particulier et les défis auxquels ils faisaient face. Je disais aussi que en faisant référence au plan national de relèvement et de consolidation de la paix de la République centrafricaine, qui met en évidence le lien entre l'insécurité, la perturbation des échanges commerciaux et les moyens de subsistance de la population. Ce même plan national soulève aussi plusieurs questions, dont celle des groupes marginalisés, auxquels aussi l'ambassadeur Mahecho a fait référence. Le besoin de reconstruire l'infrastructure. Donc, il y a beaucoup de questions qui sont déjà soulevées dans ce rapport. Et donc, ma question pour vous était comment voyez-vous la contribution de la ZECAF à ces efforts? Vous avez la parole, Monsieur Ndiaye.
Merci beaucoup, madame. J'espère que vous m'entendez bien. Merci beaucoup. D'abord, merci pour le forum de Tana, de m'avoir invité à participer pour la première fois. Je voudrais saluer aussi la présence d'Annie, mon ami Anna et mon ami également Rémi. J'ai bien suivi leur contribution, même si j'avais des problèmes techniques, mais j'écoutais très bien les analyses qu'ils viennent de faire et que je partage entièrement. Alors, nous sommes... M'entendez pas?
Très bien, monsieur Dieng.
Oui. Alors, donc, je disais que je souhaiterais très rapidement aborder mon intervention sous l'angle du dynamisme de l'intégration régionale, mais dans un contexte également de crise. Et la question que je me suis posée est très simple. Comment mettre en œuvre la ZLECAf dans un contexte de pays en crise? Comme vous le savez aussi, beaucoup de pays africains sont en crise et sur le continent aussi, vous avez beaucoup d'opérations de maintien de la paix, parmi les plus importantes des Nations Unies à travers le monde. Alors, je reviendrai très rapidement en mettant l'accent sur le cas de la République centrafricaine. Il y a, de mon point de vue, une relation vertueuse entre interdépendance économique et paix entre États. Nous pouvons citer beaucoup d'exemples. L'exemple de l'Union européenne est là, l'Union en a parlé. Il y a l'exemple également de la CEDEAO, qui est l'une des organisations régionales qui marche le mieux, je pense. Et les principes d'interdépendance et de responsabilité partagée dans des domaines économiques impliquent aussi une certaine maîtrise des flux des biens, des flux des personnes et des services qui sous-tendent des structures étatiques fonctionnelles avec toutes les compétences régaliennes d'un État. Et quels sont les enjeux de l'intégration économique et politique dans une Afrique plurielle? La ZLECA est entrée en vigueur, comme vous le savez, avec 22 États signataires et c'est l'un des projets phares de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Le potentiel et les enjeux sont colossaux. C'est un grand défi pour l'Afrique. Un potentiel de 54 États, l'association éventuelle à terme de 13 territoires, ouvrant des perspectives sur d'autres unions économiques également, un PIB de plus de 3,4 trillions de dollars, un marché africain en forte croissance, estimé à plus d'1 milliard de consommateurs. Et donc, les enjeux de sa mise en œuvre sont tout aussi importants. Et l'objectif, c'est de créer les conditions où la libre circulation des biens, des personnes et des services se fera sans entrave. Malheureusement, cette ambition tout à fait louable est mise à mal dans le contexte africain par les différentes crises sur le continent qui sont remarquables par leur complexité, par leur nombre, mais aussi par leur durée. Il y a des crises qui durent depuis plus de 10 ans, voire plus. À ce jour, 50% des opérations de paix des Nations Unies sont déployées sur le continent. Et parmi les opérations les plus importantes, je pense à la MINUSMA au Mali, je pense à la MONUSCO, pas loin de chez moi, en RDC, et à la MINUSCA, parmi les opérations les plus importantes des Nations Unies. Néanmoins, une voie vers l'intégration économique et politique offre une opportunité pour forcer le chemin, la transformation pacifique des États en crise. Le cas centrafricain est remarquable. Rémi connaît bien la Centrafrique, pour y avoir été comme diplomate il y a quelques années auparavant. Et l'intégration économique et politique est à la fois un prérequis et je pense une solution pour l'État centrafricain confronté à une série de crises depuis 1997. Et la Centrafrique n'est pas signataire de la ZLECA, à cause certainement de son incapacité actuelle de se conformer au cahier de charges structurel et à appliquer des réformes qui permettent la mise en œuvre de la ZLECA. Je n'insisterai pas sur le mandat de la MINUSCA. et ce que nous faisons en Centrafrique pour appuyer l'État à se relever. Mais je dirais que nous sommes dans un pays où les ressources naturelles sont considérables, sont diversifiées. Vous avez l'or, le diamant, vous avez du bois précieux, vous avez de l'uranium, des terres arables, une transhumance qui se développe, certainement du pétrole, mais la Centrafrique, c'est le 170e PIB mondial, c'est 194 selon le FMI, et les populations vivent essentiellement d'une économie souterraine et non contrôlée. Les dividendes échappent complètement, presque, aux caisses de l'État et rejoignent des circuits parallèles qui soutiennent les groupes armés qui interviennent dans ce pays, soit des groupes armés qui interviennent en Centrafrique, qui sont dans des pays limitrophes. Ces groupes armés, acteurs non étatiques, contestent le rôle de l'État sur une grande partie du territoire, font compétition à l'État et lui refusent donc tout accès à une capacité réelle sur son territoire et sa population. Et exploitent illégalement ces ressources naturelles, les commercialisent illégalement et financent leur armement, donc une véritable économie de guerre. Nous sommes aussi dans un environnement qui n'est pas du tout facile et c'est pourquoi nous insistons particulièrement, les Nations Unies insistent particulièrement sur la dynamique régionale, donc sur l'intégration régionale. Parce que la ZLECAf va se fonder naturellement sur les communautés économiques régionales sans lesquelles elle ne peut pas fonctionner. Et donc si les communautés économiques régionales ne fonctionnent pas, ne marchent pas, je vois mal comment la ZLECAf va marcher. Donc c'est extrêmement important de fortifier, je pense, les communautés économiques régionales. Nous en avons ici en Afrique centrale, la communauté économique des États de l'Afrique centrale, il y a également la CEMA, ça c'est au plan monétaire, qui pendant longtemps n'a pas véritablement fonctionné comme il se devait. C'est ainsi que les chefs d'État ont décidé de la réforme, d'une réforme structurelle fondamentale de la CAC en instituant une commission de la CAC à la place d'un secrétaire général. La commission vient d'être créée, un nouveau président de la commission vient d'être nommé avec des commissaires. Donc nous fondons beaucoup d'espoir à la redynamisation de la CAC pour en tout cas promouvoir l'intégration régionale, la dynamique régionale. Donc c'est extrêmement important d'insister sur le fonctionnement des communautés économiques régionales. Donc, nous sommes dans une sous-région en manque d'intégration, véritablement, manque d'intégration. Donc, il faut donner un nouveau souffle au processus d'intégration. Et il est un fait que la stabilité du pays passe par un engagement beaucoup plus important des pays limitrophes de la région, de manière collégiale, de manière inclusive, afin de répondre aux multiples défis. L'accord politique pour la paix et la réconciliation en RCA, qui a été signé le 6 février 2019, prévoit à juste titre un rôle important aux pays de la région qui sont tous des facilitateurs. Le Tchad, je pense au Tchad, je pense au Soudan, à la RDC, au Congo, au Cameroun, et qui jouent un rôle extrêmement important, et aux garants, parce que nous avons deux garants également, la Communauté économique des États de l'Afrique centrale et l'Union africaine qui joue le rôle de garant de l'accord. Alors, pour terminer, c'est ma conviction profonde que l'étape de l'intégration économique régionale continentale aura un impact positif réel sur la transformation des conflits, notamment en ce qui concerne la Centrafrique, car elle nécessitera une montée en puissance préalable des institutions et des moyens régaliens de la Centrafrique pour, en tout cas, stabiliser le pays. J'insisterai sur la nécessité d'une bonne gestion des ressources naturelles importantes du continent. C'est important aussi la question des ressources naturelles. On met beaucoup l'accent sur la richesse du continent à tout point de vue. Mais la question de la gestion des ressources naturelles également est une question aussi qu'il ne faut pas exciter. Comment ces ressources sont gérées par les pays qui les possèdent, comment les populations également en bénéficient. Donc, je voudrais encore une fois, chers collègues, vous remercier de votre invitation. Je vais m'en arrêter là en disant encore une fois que la ZLECAf est un projet ambitieux, mais une ambition tout à fait légitime, qui peut se réaliser, mais il y a des préconditions à remplir. Il faut effectivement que nous travaillions tous pour la paix du continent, pour que les crises qui se vivent sur le continent, qui sont nombreuses, complexes, également qui freinent le processus de développement des États et qui freinent également l'intégration, que ces crises puissent trouver le plus rapidement une solution. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur Ndiaye. If you'd allow me just a follow-up question. You raised the question of different armed groups who are contesting the space, often illegal exploitation of natural resources, tension between communal groups, etc. Again, looking at the CFTA in particular, is there, very concretely speaking, a role it can play in mitigating these risks, or do we say it's actually, we're putting the la charrue devant le bœuf? So are we moving a bit too quickly, and we need to stabilize along the lines of the peace agreement first, before we start speaking of delivering and supporting different communal groups?
Bon, je crois qu'ici le nexus paix, sécurité et développement est évident. On ne peut pas dire qu'on va d'abord résoudre les crises sur le continent avant d'aller à l'intégration. Je crois qu'il faut marcher sur les deux jambes. Autant les pays africains font face à des crises multiples, parfois intérieures, mais autant aussi il faut travailler au développement de l'intégration économique. Je prends l'exemple de la CEDEAO. Vous avez dans l'espace CEDEAO, Afrique de l'Ouest, vous avez eu des crises dans le passé. Vous avez eu la crise, les conflits au Libéria, les conflits en Sierra Leone. Aujourd'hui, la crise au Mali, à un moment donné également une crise en Côte d'Ivoire pendant presque 10 ans. Mais malgré tout, l'institution a continué à fonctionner. Malgré tout, les objectifs d'intégration économique fixés par la CEDEAO ont continué à être mis en œuvre. Mais en même temps aussi, l'impact est négatif également sur le processus d'intégration. L'impact est négatif. Et donc, je dis donc, il faut qu'on mette davantage l'accent sur le règlement des crises en Afrique. Je disais tout à l'heure, regardez le nombre d'opérations de maintien de la paix sur le continent. Même en Afrique centrale où je suis, vous avez 2 opérations de maintien de la paix majeures. La MONUSCO, dans un des pays les plus vastes, les plus riches également de la région, les plus importants de la région, et la MINUSCA en Afrique centrale, un pays extrêmement vaste aussi, très vaste, qui fait la France et la Belgique réunies en termes de superficie. La Belgique et la France réunies en termes de superficie, de 622 000 km², avec seulement une population d'à peine 5 millions d'habitants. À peine 5 millions d'habitants. Vous voyez, donc, vous avez un État qui peine à contrôler son territoire, un État qui ne contrôle aucune de ses frontières. Vous voyez, le handicap pour aller vers l'intégration est évident. Quand un pays ne contrôle aucune de ses frontières, ne contrôle pas les flux des ressources, les échanges commerciaux, ça pose un très grand problème pour avancer vers l'intégration économique. Donc, il y a cette dialectique-là, en paix, développement et intégration, qu'il faut bien comprendre. Donc, je disais que les crises constituent un frein aussi à la mise en œuvre intégrale de la ZLECAf. Ça aussi, il ne faut pas le perdre de vue. L'ambition est là, il faut travailler à la mettre en œuvre, à la réaliser, mais il ne faut pas aussi fermer les yeux sur les entraves fondamentales, n'est-ce pas, au développement de l'intégration. L'autre aspect pour le continent, je pense qu'il faut un projet politique aussi. Si on n'a pas un projet politique très clair, il est difficile d'avancer résolument sur l'intégration économique. Parce que l'intégration économique, ce n'est pas un objectif en soi. Il faut un projet politique. Quel est le projet politique de la CEDEAO? Quel est le projet politique de la CAC? Il faut se poser la question. Ouais, l'Union européenne a un projet politique extrêmement important. Et justement, tant qu'on n'a pas de projet politique, il est difficile d'aller résolument vers l'intégration. Donc, il faut en même temps qu'on développe l'intégration régionale, il faut également un projet politique. Il faut qu'il y ait une vision politique également des communautés économiques régionales de l'Union africaine de manière générale. Est-ce que l'objectif, c'est l'intégration en soi? Est-ce que ce n'est pas un projet politique continental, une fédération des États, etc. Donc, c'est des questions également que je me pose, parce que depuis plus de 50 ans qu'on parle d'intégration économique, il faut en faire le bilan aussi. L'intégration économique, depuis que la CEDEAO a été créée en 1975, où est-ce que nous en sommes au plan de l'intégration économique? Où en est le commerce intra-africain? Bon, la ZLECA vise à développer naturellement le commerce intra-africain, la libre circulation des marchandises. Mais la dimension politique également de l'intégration économique ne doit pas être perdue de vue.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Ndiaye, pour ces clarifications, des points très importants en effet, hein, le projet politique qui accompagne cette vision économique. On revient encore au débat autour de l'accord d'Abuja, etc., ce qui est la nécessité en fait de revoir ces textes et de les analyser et de les critiquer des années, même des décennies plus tard est très, très important. Je vous remercie. On m'indique que Madame Cristina Duarte is online. So we can proceed, I think, to invite her. Madam Cristina Duarte is the UN Under Secretary General and the United Nations Special Advisor on Africa. She's fresh almost, I would say, in her post, which she assumed on the 1st of August 2020. So, Madam Duarte, let me welcome you by saying obrigada por estar conosco. Thank you for being with us today. Just briefly for our audience and listeners, for them to be aware a bit of your background as a special advisor for Africa. You're the strategic advisor of the UN Secretary General on the interlinkages between peace and development in Africa. You've served as Minister of Finance, Planning and Public Administration in Cabo Verde for 10 years. You were also director of a World Bank reform program on private sector development and competitiveness. You've served also in the private sector as a vice president of Citibank in Angola. And not least on the continental level, you were a member of President Kagame's advisory committee on the African Union reforms. My question to you today, Madam Duarte, is that we're going obviously through a very particular time for the world and also for Africa due to COVID-19. You recently stated that the lockdowns have pushed Africa, and I quote, pushed Africa into the first socioeconomic crisis in 25 years. One might argue that the impacts of such economic or socioeconomic crisis on the stability of the continent, if left unaddressed, can be costly. So moving forward, how do you see the role of the CFTA in mitigating the risks of instability in a post-COVID Africa? Over to you, Madam Duarte.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I know that you are in different times. Addressing your question, I would like to take the opportunity to raise a couple of issues. First, Africans or African policymakers should see themselves in a situation that failure is not an option. What I mean that the implementation of the continental free trade cannot be failed, because failure in this case is not an option. Because if we look in the past 50 years, the continental free trade area might be the only opportunity for Africa to move away from a reliance on external donors, foreign creditors, excessive commodity dependence. Again, the free trade area might be the opportunity, and I would like to stress the opportunity to boost African economies by promoting trade liberalization at the continental level. So everybody knows the numbers around the continental free trade area. Everybody. 1.3 billion people, a GDP of 2.2 trillion, and the transition phase might generate, gains around $50 billion and boost intra-trade by 33%. Only these numbers make the implementation of the continental free trade area cannot fail. So failure is not an option. We all know, because we have been talking about this continental free trade area, was not since 2015. Let's go back. Since the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 20s, we have been talking about economic integration at the continental level. What do we know? We know that, of course, the free trade area will require strong policy making, for example, in the nexus trade industrialization, infrastructure, and private sector promotion policies. But we also all know that the main challenge is a small one, but a big one at the same time. Made in Africa. How we are going to build the Made in Africa. How we are going to move from made in Cote d'Ivoire, made in Botswana, made in Rwanda, made in Algeria, to made in Africa, which means the challenge is how we are going to agree, the 54 countries, on the rules of origin. Third, we all know that the regional economic committees and associated regional trade agreements are not obstacles. On the contrary, they are the building blocks. Thanks to these regional economic communities, that much stone has been broken in the past 20 years. So what I'd like to propose in this conversation, that maybe we reach a stage that we need to undertake a quite serious and courageous analysis, SWOT analysis, where we know very well our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, and our threats. Because to reach in a such short period of time the agreement, because the agreement has been ratified and in May 2019 it went live, of course, there was at that time, it was clear for everybody that the continental free trade had huge opportunities for the continent. So I believe that as of today, everybody is aware of the opportunities of this agreement. I would like, if you allow me, to bring the strengths, but more important, the threats and the weaknesses. Because I do believe that in the next 5 to 10 years, these are the issues that should be addressed so that the opportunities are indeed grabbed by policymakers. So in doing this SWOT analysis, I hope it will help us understand the threats and the weaknesses of the interlinkage between the continental free trade area and conflict transformation, and how it could better inform African policymakers in leveraging the strengths to better grasp the opportunities. So I believe that we'll be able to tackle the lack of peace and security as a threat to the implementation of the agreement. But at the same time, the implementation of the agreement as an opportunity to address peace and security. Who comes first? Who comes first? The lack of peace and security as a threat to the implementation of the agreement, or the implementation of the agreement as an opportunity to address peace and security? I would say that what comes first is a discussion that, in my opinion, does not make sense. So going to the strengths. The first one that I would like to bring to this roundtable is the strong political will, and has been mentioned before. Let's keep the momentum. The strong political will manifested by African policymakers, translated by the record time in signing and ratifying the agreement, and adoption of major frameworks such as the Single African Air Transportation Market, the Protocol on the Free Movement of Persons, as well as silenced guns. So I do believe that strong political will is our first strength. We cannot forget, talking about the strong political will, we cannot forget that the Continental Free Trade Area is an African issue with a global geopolitical dimension. Africa is the last frontier of the system. It is a strong stage of geopolitical interests. If you want to implement the Continental Free Trade Area, we need to keep the momentum in terms of strong political will so that we can manage the geopolitical dimension of its implementation. The second strength are the existence of the regional economic communities, the African Union. As of today, despite the problems, we do have continental and regional institutions that are ready to deliver the implementation despite the problems. Now to the weaknesses. For me, there are essentially two weaknesses. The first one is at institutional capacity, the lack of an institutional capacity framework that can enforce the implementation of the agreement at national levels. And these include, of course, low levels of security and intelligence cooperation among countries to overcome common threats. For example, as of today, African countries do not have customs to implement, for example, the rules of origin, to implement the Made in Africa. The second weakness that I would like to stress are the profile of the African states, as has been mentioned by my predecessor. As of today, African states do not control the territory. African states, as they have been enumerating after the independence, they were only performing two functions: collect taxes and keep the political and social order. If we compare the African state profile in the 60s, as of today, from a science political standpoint, we'll see that very little has changed. Too many organizations, lots of organizations, lots of departments, lots of agencies, lots of institutes. But let's squeeze the range. And we end up with, again, these two main functions: collect taxes, and in a very inefficient way, and keep the political and social order, which has been eroded in the past 10, 15 years by the terrorism action in Africa. So in my view, these are the two main weaknesses: weak institutions at a national level and the profile of African states. Threats, I would like also to mention two threats. The first one that I would like to mention are the external factors. And these are related to the fact that Africa is indeed a stage for geopolitical interests that might interfere with the level of union, engagement, commitment, need to deliver the agreement. The agreement is supposed to create a 1.3 billion market. The question is, who is going to feed that market in goods and services? The idea is to give the possibility to the African private sector, to African companies, including African SMEs and smallholder farmers. Therefore, the Continental Free Trade Area is the opportunity to create African multinationals based on strong regional and continental value chains, allowing to improve Africa's position in the global value chains. Second threat, trade disputes that might arise among African countries could threaten the success of the agreement. And of course, in these disputes, they need to have strong institutions and mechanisms, strong institutions and settlement mechanisms to deal with them. Opportunities. I will not mention all of them, because the opportunities dimension of a SWOT analysis is exactly what everybody knows. Because what exactly a clear consciousness of these opportunities that have led to the creation of the Continental Free Trade Area. Again, the 1.3 billion markets, 1.2 billion consumers with an aggregate income of 2.5 trillion, etc., etc. So the opportunities are very well known for everybody. So I do believe that we reach a stage from an African policy-making standpoint that we need indeed to address the weaknesses, the threats, leveraging our strengths so that we are in a position to grab the opportunities that might be brought by the Continental Free Trade Area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Duarte, for this thought-provoking intervention. You've highlighted quite a number of issues, and I think this point that we need to be very conscious of the fact that there's a very strong geopolitical dimension to us introducing the CFTA, and how that features in our different engagements is very critical. I'm aware that Madam Tete has to leave us within the next 5 minutes. So if you allow me, there was just one question that was addressed to her that I'd like her to answer before she leaves, and then we can continue with the Q&A session. I would encourage our listeners to post their questions in the messages box. And for those who are present in the room, kindly indicate that to the organizers, and they can always pass on the question so that we introduce it. Madam Tete, there was one particular question for you. The person is asking, how do you see the link between the CFTA and conflict transformation through stronger synergies between the different AU flagship projects, namely silencing the guns, consolidating governance through the African governance architecture, and the CFTA?
Thank you very much. The CFTA is essentially, let us remember once again, it's about trade. And trade takes place sometimes with companies producing that are state-owned enterprises, but more often than not, we want to encourage the private sector. So I think when you get down to the brass tacks of it, you have to ask yourself, how are we going to integrate policy development at the national level that is aligned to policy at the regional level to ensure that the intended beneficiaries of these policies, namely our African enterprises, are able to take advantage of these new developments, promote their businesses, promote their exports, export more within our countries in order to be able to generate revenue for themselves, and consequently, they will become wealthier, there'll be more tax revenue for the state, and then we will see that the economies will be able to promote development. So I think that while it's very good to discuss this issue from a level of 10,000 feet and look in terms of the broader policy dimensions, let's always remember that policy is meant to benefit and to advantage particular groups in order that they can thrive. And in the case of the AFCFTA, that's what we're talking about. When we talk about rules of origin in the AFCFTA, what we're saying is that we want to have an agreement on the amount of local content that has to be in a product or in a service in order to qualify for the duty exemptions, and therefore to be able to be more competitive vis-a-vis products from any other part of the world that are being charged duty in order to be able to enter into that market, and of course will be available for consumption. So the point I want to make is this. While the generality of flagship initiatives that were developed under Agenda 2063 are all different parts of a puzzle in order to promote Africa's growth and development, the devil in terms of the successful implementation of any of these, because again, let's take a country like Ethiopia, where we are at the moment. Ethiopia produces wonderful coffee. And the trade infrastructure that was set up through the Ethiopian Commodity Exchange allows for thousands of small-scale farmers to be able to sell their produce and they have been assisted to be able to produce at a specific quality and to generate revenue for themselves based on the quality of their produce. That gives them an incentive to do better. Because of the policies that were formulated in the development of the ECX, the Ethiopian government now has the benefit of aggregation of large volumes of coffee, which allow them to export a consistent quality, not just to African countries, but to the rest of the world. And they can attract premium prices for their product. All of the interventions that went into creating that support mechanism for that structure to be established to allow for the successful export of the coffee has created a situation where farmers in those communities have better incomes, more stable incomes, and therefore, once they are able to look after themselves, there's less competition for other things because they have the resources to be able to buy. So please, as we talk about this within the context of conflict, peace, and security, and understanding that all of these issues are interlinked, let us understand that different policy regimes and different programs have to be implemented in specific ways in order to achieve the identified outcomes. And we cannot always necessarily put them all together and talk about them and say, this is just going to be wonderful, without looking at the detail of how we make it happen. If we focus on how we make it happen, and we make sure that we do the implementation well, this can be a game changer. But we have to look at the specifics. We have to be realistic. We have to think about how we are going to fund those investments. And we are going to have to think about how those countries, especially the most fragile, are going to deal with the revenue loss from the loss of customs revenue at the time when this is implemented, what the impact will be in their economies, and therefore how we give them the incentives to continue to implement, to achieve the desired outcomes in the medium term. Once again, I'd like to thank the Tana Forum organizers for inviting me. It's been a pleasure to be here. I'm sorry I have to leave early because I have another meeting that I'm now going to enter into online. But it has been a pleasure to be here with all the other panelists. And I hope that as a result, we can be more pragmatic in our thinking about how we make the AFCFTA a game changer for the fragile countries emerging from conflict so that we can promote their growth and development and help them to be better off than they are currently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you can hear me. But thank you very much to Madame Tete for joining us and for that particular intervention also. Thank you. Just let me open the floor to introduce some of the questions that we've had. One of the questions is specifically asked to the ambassador of France, and the participant is asking, with the CFTA ready to kick off, would the European Union continue to pursue the economic partnership agreements, the so-called EPAs, with African countries? So that's particularly a question for the French ambassador. There was also a question, and I would put it on the floor and invite the different panelists to reflect on that. Is the question on the extent to which the CFTA helps the realization and improvement of equal gender participation in the economic sector, and what measures have been planned so far. I think linked to that particular issue is the question of how do we ensure that the CFTA benefits the different actors in African economies. Madame Duarte raised the issue of, for instance, or at least the ambition that we would like to make sure that the CFTA provides opportunity for African private sector, SMEs. I'm thinking to the cross-border traders, which happen to be predominantly females. So how do we ensure that the CFTA equally benefits the different economic groups within the continent, first and foremost? I open the floor. I think perhaps because there was a specific question to you, Mr. Ambassador Marichou, you can maybe proceed. For the imminent entry into force of the CFTA, what would the European Union do with the economic partnership agreements, the EPAs? Is there intention to still pursue those? I hope the question is now audible.
Non, c'est bon, c'est clair. Merci. Merci. Non, c'est vrai qu'il y a la logique de la zone de libre-échange continentale va nécessairement conduire à revoir le cadre des accords de partenariat économique. D'autant plus que la plupart des accords de partenariat économique existants actuellement sont des accords intérimaires. Donc, il est évident que à mesure que l'Africa CFTA devient une réalité, le cadre de nos échanges commerciaux particulièrement, devra être revu pour s'adapter à cette nouvelle réalité.
Merci, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Can I invite the other panelists perhaps to also respond to the other question in terms of benefits that we can expect with respect to gender participation, but also the equal distribution, I would dare say, of the benefits of the CFTA across the different economic groups on the continent. So not just, big organizations, but if we can ensure that there's some form of trickle down, and how do we approach that?
Je vais essayer de répondre. je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez. Oui, ça renvoie à des questions que j'ai évoquées tout à l'heure et que Madame Tété elle-même a évoquées. C'est que il va y avoir dans un premier temps des déséquilibres, il va y avoir des pays qui vont être plus directement bénéficiaires de l'intégration économique à court terme que d'autres. Je pense particulièrement à la situation des pays enclavés. Quand on regarde les statistiques, ceux des pays d'Afrique pour lesquels les droits de douane sur le commerce intra-africain a le plus d'importance dans les budgets, ce sont les pays enclavés. Donc il y aura cette première question à prendre en charge en termes de compensation. Ensuite, il y a le risque, si on arrive très vite à une liberté commerciale à l'intérieur de cette grande zone, que certains facteurs de production quittent les pays enclavés pour se rapprocher des côtes pour produire moins cher. Donc tout ça devra faire l'objet de mécanismes de compensation et ça nécessite un pilotage global pour mesurer qui à court terme est pénalisé pour essayer de compenser. Ça c'est le premier point. Le deuxième point, on revient sur la question de la volonté politique, c'est que certains pays ne vont pas bénéficier directement à court terme de la création de la zone, et c'est un peu le problème qu'on a au sein de l'Union européenne. Dans l'Union européenne, nous avons des pays qui sont ce qu'on appelle des contributeurs nets, c'est-à-dire qui payent plus à l'organisation que ce qu'ils reçoivent de l'organisation. Maintenant, ils acceptent de le faire parce qu'il y a des bénéfices induits, il y a des bénéfices à long terme, il y a des bénéfices politiques. Donc ça, c'est le deuxième point que je voulais faire, et ça renvoie à ce que je disais dans ma présentation, c'est que la condition essentielle pour que cet accord puisse être mis en œuvre, c'est la permanence d'une volonté politique. Mais la chance de l'Union africaine, c'est que cette organisation est d'abord politique, en train de se transformer en organisation économique. C'est un peu le chemin inverse de ce qu'a fait l'Union européenne. Et donc, on peut penser que la volonté politique sera suffisante pour dépasser toutes ces difficultés et régler tous les problèmes que soulignait Madame Tété, qui vont se révéler progressivement. Le diable est dans les détails, comme elle l'a dit.
Madame Duarte, would you also like to intervene on this point?
Sorry, would you like to repeat the question? Sound is really bad. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, the question was, how do we ensure, one of the questions that came from the participants is, how do we ensure that the CFTA can benefit the participation of women in the economy? And I was making the link to a point that you raised earlier, which is that we wanted CFTA to benefit different groups in Africa, different economic groups from private sector, but not just the large, but also SMEs, etc. So the question was, what kind of mechanisms can be introduced in order to make sure that that there is a certain trickle-down effect of the benefits of the CFTA?
Thank you very much. Allow me to respond this question, maybe not in a traditional way, with your permission. I think that we have the tendency, when discussing a policy-making issue such as this one, Continental Free Trade Area, I believe that we have the tendency to try to think that this issue, in this case, the Continental Free Trade Area, will solve all the problems. You always have this tendency to approach these policy-making issues as a sort of panacea. I believe that the Continental Free Trade Area will create a single market, economies of scale, that will promote Africa's industrialization to feed the growing middle class in Africa. These economic phenomena, they need to be clearly followed by strong states, by strong regulatory frameworks. to make sure that indeed the benefits of this single market, of this economies of scale, of this industrialization, do reach every socioeconomic group in Africa. Women, youth, elderly, etc., etc. So I would like to say that yes, indeed, we reach a point that we do need this single market in Africa to deliver the 2063 agenda, but the only way to do without creating imbalances, without creating socioeconomic imbalances, without marginalizing human, without marginalizing youth, etc., is by at the same time create stronger states with a clear political will to set up strong regulatory frameworks, rules that make the game a previsible game. So I do believe this is the way to do. So income distribution policies should be in the list since the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Duarte. We'll allow one question from a participant before we, or let him ask the question himself, before we conclude this session. I realize there's still much more to say. But Professor Zaghloumi, if you can please step in, keep your question short. And to the point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Faten Agad. Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. Of course, I'm just wondering how we can implement CFTA while guns are not silenced, while still foreign military presence is growing in Africa. And of course, this question of peace and security. If we are not securing the whole aspect of stability in Africa, how we can implement this. More than that, there is another element. When we talked about African Union and its willing to erect cooperation and I would say economic integration, and African should have the right to deal with Union Europe, of course, but also with China, with Russia, with Japan, with India, and she should have this right to do business as usual. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Zaghloumi. Monsieur Ndiaye, vous voulez peut-être répondre très brièvement à cette question. Je suis pas sûre qu'il y avait vraiment une question, mais c'est le point qui soulevait et que, bon, est-ce qu'on peut vraiment parler d'intégration économique tant que les guns were not silenced. Donc, si vous voulez répondre à la question ou quelques réflexions de votre part. Votre micro, Monsieur Ndiaye. Vous êtes sur mute.
Oui, je disais que la question qui est posée par le professeur est une question très, très importante. Je l'ai en partie abordée dans mon intervention. Je crois que la question de la paix et de la sécurité, c'est une question fondamentale. Je pense qu'il faut tout faire parce que la ZLECA va entrer en vigueur en 2021, au moment où la campagne de l'Union africaine Faire taire les armes, créer des conditions favorables au développement de l'Afrique, au moment où cette campagne va s'achever. Donc, il faudrait quand même que nous puissions continuer à accorder tout l'intérêt au règlement des crises sur le continent, parce que c'est un facteur entravant au développement du commerce intra-africain. Ça, c'est extrêmement important, faire en sorte que la paix revienne sur le continent. Et la paix va contribuer à la promotion du commerce entre les États, du commerce intra-africain, du commerce régional. Et donc, il faut continuer en même temps qu'on mettra en œuvre la ZLECA, vraiment tout faire pour le règlement des crises sur le continent. Je pense que c'est important. Il ne faut pas perdre cela à ce but. Moi, je prends toujours l'exemple de pays comme la Centrafrique, comment la crise pénalise un peu le développement de l'intégration régionale. Nous prenons l'exemple également de la CEDEAO, également, comment la crise au Mali impacte même sur les activités de l'Union économique et monétaire ouest-africaine, dont le Mali est membre, sur l'activité de la CEDEAO qui se mobilise. Au lieu de promouvoir le développement économique, le commerce, la CEDEAO passe beaucoup plus de temps à gérer, à régler des crises qu'à mettre l'accent sur le développement du commerce régional. Donc, la dialectique est là très évidente. Donc, il faut continuer à mettre l'accent sur la paix et la sécurité sur le continent comme facteur également d'intégration économique sur le continent. Merci.
Perhaps some highlights from my end. I think our different speakers reminded us that we need a healthy dose of realism without despairing at the same time. I think there is it's very clear from the different interventions that we have an opportunity before us, that failure is not an option. But we still need to work hard. I felt that some of the key points that were raised is to still bring us back to this question that we still need strong states to implement successfully and to ensure that the benefits to be reaped from the CFTA are felt by everyone. A reminder also that we still need very strong regional economic communities to close the gap, so to speak, between the continental and the national. A reminder that we need to treat its framework and focus on its implementation, the details of its implementation in its own right. That the CFTA remains primarily a trade instrument, but that we have other instruments that are potentially or are very important. A reminder, last but not least, that we there is a very strong geopolitical dimension that we need to be aware of. How do we structure our engagement with our different partners, be it the EU, be it China, be it the US? Is very important to our success, but also to whether or not there will be limitations to the implementation of the CFTA. With that, I would like to thank all our panelists for making the time. I know time is gold. So thank you everyone for making the time. Thanks to the audience for joining. And it's over to you, Brian. Thank you.
Why don't we give them a pom-pom, I think, for a thank you, Faten, Excellencies. Thank you so much. There is something that has resonated throughout all the sessions. It's the reminder that any project of development that leaves people out or that does not take cognizance of the context and the peculiarities in the context is likely to fail. Not because it is not technically sound, but because of the African proverb that says, people don't care so much about what you know and can do until they know that you care about them. So as we take the break, I just wanted to remind those who are following us online and Excellencies in the room that the fundamental question as we look across the continent is this disconnect that African young people and women feel from the economy as it was before COVID and from the economy as it is in the context of COVID. And that disconnect creates discontent. And unless trust is built in the implementation, and that's what we've heard from this session, unless trust is built, as well as an infrastructure that enables the humanization of the regionalization of our trade agenda, then what you will have is a breakdown of something that's meant to be good. So I wish to remind you of something that was in the 2019 State of Peace and Security report as we part. And that was the idea that the interconnectedness of livelihoods, of social policy and economic policy, as well as environmental policy, has a way of manufacturing for us, not just conflict, but also a way of manufacturing for us opportunity. So as we prepare for the next session, just remember that we are here not to describe the impossibilities of a continental free trade agreement or the difficulties, nor are we here in a romantic mode to describe the potential. Excellency, I have in the African tradition been telling stories. So I wish to tell this story specifically for you because you will remember it as a story from Tana. Excellency, there is a young lady that said to us once we were gathered in a room that the word potential must never be allowed or used again in Africa. And the reason why that word should not be used is because of the experience of women. She then said her grandmother's story is the story of her mother and her own. That when a young woman is about the age of 16 or 17 or 18, she falls in love with a young man who she says he has potential to make a good life partner, right? And when he's in his 20s, he's behaving badly. And she has, oh, this happens when people are young. He has the potential to become a good husband. So she marries him. And when she marries him, he's still behaving badly. And she says, oh, he has the potential after we get children to become a good father. And then they have children, and the fatherhood is not necessarily a demonstration of the greatest fatherhood, or at least not what she expected the potential would be. And then she says, oh, well, when the kids are grown, he has the potential to be a good companion as we age together. Then the kids grow up and they leave home. And she says, oh, he has the potential when I'm old and frail to take care of me. And the idiot decides to die before her and dies with potential. It is useful in the discussion, Excellency, of both the relations of Africa and the EU and the relations of Africa with Africa, that we go beyond the discussion of potential. And I'm glad and endeared by your presence at Tana, as are the organizers, because I think it's a signification that unlike most people who reduce this lovely continent of ours to flora, fauna, the big five, and mountains, and natural resources, zinc, cobalt, and so on and so forth, there has emerged a cadre of people and a thinking that begins to see Africa not in terms of those things that naturally occur, but as a continent where there are actually ideas, there are actually thoughts. As you would have said, a land of ideas, a land of innovation, and a land of transformation. May the partnership that you have authored with the continent, in particular around the trade agenda, may it strengthen, may it deepen, and may it move beyond potential. May you all enjoy your break and see you at the next session at 5. Thank you, Excellency. Excellency, thank you.
You just forgot the potential to be.
I'd like to welcome you to the last session of the 5th day of the 2020 Tana Forum. We're going to have a side event, which is our 4th side event in this year's Tana Forum, with the theme Peace and Stability, a recipe for successful AFCFTA implementation. This is being co-hosted with Humanity United. The moderator for this session is Dr. Akwasu Aidu, who's a senior fellow at Humanity United. Humanity United is a grant-making foundation dedicated to promoting peace, human rights, and human rights around the world. Dr. Akwasi Aidu serves on the boards of several international organizations, including the International Development Research Center and Human Rights Watch. I now hand over to Dr. Akwasi Aidu, and he has a very exciting panel of eminent practitioners in this field. I will return. Only one of the speakers is in the room. Dr. Akwasi Aidu will introduce his panel. Akwasi, over to you. I'm hoping. So Akwasi, I've already introduced you.
Hello, can you hear me?
I think you can go ahead.
Thank you. I thank you very much, and I'm very happy to facilitate this exciting, really critical session side event, which is an exploration of the interconnections between peace and stability on the one hand, and the successful implementation of the African Free Trade Area Agreement on the other hand. We have a team of 5 highly esteemed, accomplished, distinguished people, Africans, who will be addressing 2 key questions. The speakers are first, Yemi Kebede, and Yemi Kebede is head of the Life and Peace Institute Regional Office in Addis Ababa. She's also manager of the Horn of Africa Regional Program, and she brings extensive experience in the area of African policy and advocacy, having worked for many, many years in senior positions within many reputable international organizations. So that is Yemi. The second speaker is Rahimi Musanzi, and Rahimi is the executive coordinator of Centre Résolution Conflit, which is based in DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. She's doing really game-changing work on peace, justice, and community development in the provinces of Ituri and North Kivu in eastern DRC, and she'll bring some really insightful lessons. The third speaker is Desiree Asobavi, who is very well known, international law specialist and expert on Pan-African institutions and African politics. He's worked as the resident representative to the African Union and United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNFPA, the UN Population Fund, Oxfam International, and Plan International. So he's got a wide range of experiences across the board. And he coordinated the Africa team of the Coalition for the International Criminal Court. The fourth speaker is also an esteemed person, Fatima Askira. And Fatima is the founding executive director of Bono Women Development Initiative, which is an organization that empowers women and youth for peace building. She's a member of the African Women's Leadership Network and Secretary of the Network's Nigeria chapter. In addition, she's a member of FemWise Africa, which is an entity that promotes participation of young women in peace-building processes. And her work has focused largely on de-radicalization and the creation of positive alternative narratives for women, girls, and youth in Northeast Nigeria. And the final but not the least speaker is Dr. Jide Okeke, who is the Africa Regional Program Coordinator at UNDP. And he's been a fellow at Harvard University, did some exciting work, and served on had extensive experience with the UN, the African Union, ISS, Institute for Peace and Security Studies, and the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. So ladies and gentlemen and your excellencies, those are the 5 key people who will be answering 2 sets of questions. And I'll read out the questions quickly and then we'll begin. The first question is, can the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement be achieved within the current state of peace and security on the continent? And what are the obstacles or bright spots that will enable that to happen? The second question is for them to share some experiences, best practices that can contribute to the peace necessary for the successful implementation of the Free Trade Area Agreement. So we'll start first with the first question, and the speaker I'll call upon to answer that question or to share knowledge, experiences about that question of how the Africa Free Trade Agreement can be successful given the current context of peace and security in Africa. The first speaker is Yemi. So Yemi, over to you, and each speaker will have about 5 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next speaker. Yemi, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kwasi, and I'd like to start off by thanking Humanity United and the Tana Forum Secretariat for giving me this opportunity today. All protocols observed due to our time constraint. So in answering your question today, I would like to frame my observations on the Horn of Africa, which we've worked in extensively as the Life and Peace Institute for over 30 years, and the borderlands in this region. So as many of the participants and experts have made reference to over the last few days. And a brief answer to your question is that we will have to take the necessary steps towards the implementation of the ACFTA, despite the current state of peace and security in our continent, which leaves much to be desired. Therefore, working towards implementation, the circumstances will look very different from what we would define as successful implementation. So I think our aim is for the latter. In the IGAD region, the successful implementation of the ACFTA could be hampered because of the region's geopolitical, fragile political transitions due to persisting conflicts, growing from domestic insurgencies and repressions, transnational organized trafficking of humans, arms, drugs, further afflicting the borderlands and further threatening the human security of communities. Human security issues also exacerbate this complex security environment by serving as both a driver and catalyst for political dissent and fueling armed struggles, increasing susceptibility to violent extremism, and encouraging political clientelism to access resources. And these challenges, in turn, motivate national security-minded responses, So a vicious cycle for which new policy options and innovation, implementation modalities are needed that reach down to the level of communities experiencing conflict. Part of the obstacles we've identified is that there's a lack in analysis, bringing to the fore lived expertise from communities that are experiencing conflict. At the level of policy action, neither conflict impacts at local level nor structural drivers are addressed properly. Partly because analysis does not shed light on the broader system at play, and also partly because local actions tends to focus on direct aspects of conflict, meaning that national and regional actions often fail to implement needed policy change in holistic ways. The bright spots, this is part of your question, is that given the complexity and entrenched nature of the region's conflict systems, only structural changes, addressing unequal access to economic and political opportunities, historical injustices and grievances, which will create sustainable change. Addressing structural causes requires considering both national and human security priorities. So in other words, governance, development, and physical security issues need to be tackled in an integrated manner. So for a successful implementation of the ACFTA, Horn of Africa's peace, security, and stability outlook needs to significantly change to allow the intra-regional mobility of persons, capital, goods, and services. The successful implementation of the ACFTA will also demand political will and careful coordination between actors at all levels, and to harness the potential that exists in the ACFTA as a strong pillar for the peace and development nexus, and recognizing the opportunity, I would call it, to transform borderlands into centers of peace and enhanced peace, human security. Thank you.
Of peace and stability, how do you think the free trade agreement will succeed?
Not quite sure whether I heard the question. Was that question addressed to Rehema Akwasi? I'll assume, based on our prior discussion, that that question relates to me. Firstly, merci pour la parole, as we say in Congo. Thanks for this invitation and the opportunity to share our thoughts on the importance of peace and security for the successful implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I think to answer the first part of the question, in terms of whether within the current context of peace and security, achieving the African Continental Free Trade Agreement would be successful, I think as Her Excellency Tete mentioned earlier, it's very important not to be too optimistic or too pessimistic either. I think it's important to understand that this is going to be a challenge for the continent as well as the member states to be able to implement this successfully. I want us to quickly carry out an exercise, actually. If we were to have a look at the continental map of Africa, I think we'd quickly realize that the continent is currently wearing a sash of instability, starting north in Libya with the civil war, and as we begin to move south towards the Sahel as well as the Lake Chad area, countries such as Mali with the recent coup, the stalemate in Nigeria with Boko Haram, the Amazonian crisis in Cameroon, move slightly towards Central Africa, and we find a Central African Republic that is still very fragile. And as we move further east, we begin to recognize that South Sudan is also, although moving towards peace, still fragile, and a few other countries such as Somalia as well as Mozambique down south. But I wanted to focus on the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is my country, the country where I currently live and work, and a country that has been mentioned more than once, that was mentioned more than once in the previous panel discussion. The Democratic Republic of Congo is a country with immense potential. And I know that Brian did mention earlier that we should not be saying that any country or any continent has potential, because we don't want any death without any potential, with potential, so to say. But there's an importance here of highlighting how important the Democratic Republic of Congo is to this continent, given its geopolitical position and the fact that it remains a country that connects the north and the south of the continent in terms of its landmass, being the biggest country in Central Africa, in the sub-Saharan Africa, and a country that also connects the east and the west of the continent. So in terms of successfully implementing the FTA, I think, and I'd go as far as saying, with regards to the DRC as well as the other countries I've named and not, or not, that are currently unstable, as a continent, we have to find ways to deal with the instability that exists in order to successfully implement the African Free Trade Agreement. Otherwise, I think not dealing with it now and in the future will certainly lead to destabilizing effects, not just on the countries currently unstable, but also on neighboring countries. And so I think one of the biggest points to highlight is the fact that there are multiple challenges and obstacles to the successful implementation of the agreement. One of them, of course, is the fact that we are known on this continent to write up very good agreements and not completely going all the way with the implementation. I think Dr. Tesfaciu yesterday had mentioned that we need to stop thinking that action planning is action. And I think that's one of the things that we really need to highlight. I want to focus on two main obstacles, which I think are also bright spots here. One is the youth bulge on this continent.
Okay,
we have a continent with the vast majority of the population under the age of 35. According to the UN, it's around 75%. That population, even in the DRC as well as the rest of the continent, provides a huge opportunity for production as well as investment in the human capital that is young people in this continent. But at the same time, it also is a time bomb. We have a continent that is forecasted to add 1.3 or 1.4 billion people from now up until 2050. And so I think dealing with young people or the youth bulge that currently exists is one of the biggest challenges that we have in order to successfully implement the agreement, mainly because this agreement will certainly bolster the economic development of the continent and provide certainly jobs for this massive group that is going to be added to the population. And finally, I want to also highlight the informal sector. I mean, 80% of the markets in Africa are currently in the informal sector. And I think the way we deal with the informal sector is both an obstacle, but also a bright spot, in the sense that quite a lot happens within the sector. We heard of the fact that most of the sector is made up of women. That's an opportunity, a huge opportunity for the continent as well as specific member states. And so I think generally, in order to successfully implement the agreement as a continent, we have to ensure that we prioritize stabilization alongside integration, because we cannot, as Excellency Duarte had mentioned earlier, we cannot focus solely on integration and forget the vitality of stabilizing this continent in order to really push for a successful implementation of the agreement. And I think that's it's certainly not impossible, but it's going to be a challenge to successfully implement this if we do not focus on successfully
we have
stabilizing
to move to the next speaker.
Countries that are currently unstable.
I'm very sorry, but I should emphasize that everyone has just about 4 minutes. I'm sorry, it's going on and on and on. So please, the subsequent speakers, I plead with you to just make it a 4-minute, go straight to the key points, and then we'll move on. Thank you very much. We'll go to Desiree. Brother Desiree, over to you.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to join you. Jumping on the question, can the Continental Free Trade Agreement be achieved today, given the current state of peace and security in our continent? I've looked at 2 reports. The first is the report of the chairperson of Tana Forum that was presented on Tuesday this week, the report on the state of but also the African Union latest report on the state of peace and security in the continent presented to head of state earlier this year. Looking at this, the situation doesn't seem to be good, as Yemi said it previously. The following countries are still inactive or certain level of fragility in terms of conflict. We have Central African Republic, DRC, Cameroon, Burundi, Sudan, South Sudan, Libya, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Nigeria, Somalia, and so on. Just look at the area occupied by those countries in the continent to see how much we can get out of the free trade agreement if we do not do something about those conflicts. So the most crucial implication of this fragility now is that it discourages investment. Who want to invest its money within this context of conflict? Now, if we don't have that, how do we take advantage of the free trade agreement? Now, we know there can be a free trade without free movement and safe movement of people and goods. So we are blocked here. We see the impact of the insecurity through how African countries are reacting to the Treaty of Free Movement. The Treaty of Free Movement has been adopted in 2018. As of today, only 4 countries ratified that treaty. Can we really do a free trade agreement without being able to move around? Countries' main reason of not joining that treaty is essentially security concern. So we should not be deceived by the recent positive move on visa on arrival. This is just for tourism. 2 days ago, I hear some high-level personalities trying to dismiss the right of establishment as part of the visa, the free movement treaty. Actually, the right of establishment is needed for the free trade movement to give it all potentials. So just like we have the treaty on democracy in the past and some other treaties, I see the African Continental Free Trade Area Treaty today as essentially symbolic. We still have a lot to do, especially in terms of conflict, for it to happen. My second and last point is that on resolving peace and security concerns in Africa, we seem to continue turning around. French say, nous tournons autour du pot, because we are still closing our eyes on the root cause of conflict. And I remember, I'm glad Ambassador Hannah Tete from the UN mentioned it this morning, that the root cause of the conflict are still there and we're not touching them. The real causes, the perpetuating causes of the conflict, you name it, on democratic governance, cosmetic elections within the continent, extreme inequality, lack of accountability and trustable justice mechanism for citizens, and so on and so forth. Now, how can we start getting closer and closer to the solution? Today, when it's going wrong in a given country in the continent, when people and groups are raising the alarm, the regional bodies, the continental bodies are keeping quiet because decision makers are head of state and government. And it is generally one of the club members that is in trouble, so everybody keep quiet until the situation explodes. We saw it in South Sudan some year back. We saw it in Libya. We saw it coming in Sudan. We have seen it in Burkina Faso. We have recently seen it in Mali. It's happening now in Cameroon and in Nigeria. And the risk for it to happen in Cote d'Ivoire is just there at the door. Almost everybody predicts what's happened in terms of conflict in Africa, but we wait until it happens. Now, quickly, few solutions. We need to go back to the share value adopted at continental level by the AU. Number two, we need a stronger reformed African Union Commission. We need an executive AU authority that can really concretely hold member states accountable for their own decision that they have taken. And third and lastly, we need an accountability mechanism on the non-respect of those share value. There is an accountability mechanism, a sanction for non-payment of contribution at the AU. We need equally a sanction for the non-respect of the share value if you really want to reach Agenda 2063 through the Continental Free Trade Area. I thank you.
Thank you very much for staying within the 4-minute time allocation. We'll move on now to Fatima, and then we'll come to Jide. Yeah, so Fatima, please, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon from Nigeria. For me, I think most of the points have been spoken very well too, but just to reiterate the fact that it's not impossible to achieve the AFCFTA in Africa, but then it's very, very important that we look at the nitty-gritties of the push and pull factors, the drivers, the root causes of this violent extremism, civil unrest, and other rising insecurity threats across the African countries. And this is very important because without stabilization, I think this has been one of the effects, or this has been one of the issues we would constantly face, even within regional bodies like the ECOWAS, the IGAD, and stuff like that. So movement cannot be free as long as each of us or each of the African countries perceiving one another as a threat to its national security, and especially with the fragility of the context right now, which we are seeing swamping down instead of moving ahead. So again, for me, it's also more involvement, more engagement with young people, but then also more involvement of grassroots organization. This is very important because if we want to promote the CFTA, we have to ensure that we are changing in the mindset of the African people at large. And this has to start with grassroots this is much. It's not all about member states signing an agreement and agreeing at a particular level, perhaps the EU level and other regional level. But then we also have to look at it through the ratification and its domestication and implementation at state level. What is the commitment of our national government when we talk about this AFCFTA? Is it just an agenda to have it on the headlines and I am an African and we check the box and we take it and we move ahead? Or are we really looking at the implementation and how we are trying to ensure that the barriers around insecurity, the differences, the languages is not stopping us from ensuring that we are implementing this across Africa? But then, looking at the shrinking spaces and currently the unrest, let's take an example of Nigeria. We are having a massive protest of first of its kind here in Nigeria, and then you are seeing the effect. Everyone is seeing the effect, and particularly on young people. And these are the future we are talking about, the future of Africa. And then we are losing trust from the government, you know. So these are all implications. And then this is something that is making the system more rigid and less flexible. And when we are talking about AFCFTA, we were looking at flexibility and looking at options to which everyone feels safe and everyone feels comfortable acting with one another in that. But most importantly, the push from regional bodies like the ECOWAS in terms of West Africa, we need to see the push. We need to see the push on national government, and that we need to have more independence. And speaking about more independence is we should be able to demand accountability. We should be able to monitor commitments of member states, and we should be able to have a measure of where we are and what is the implementation stage and where are we at. I think if we don't have the systems that we evaluate, we monitor, we account for these processes, then I think the issue is actually not rosy, especially with the recent trends and with what we are seeing around the globe. It is not really encouraging for many national government. Finally, on the AU, the African Union must take the lead. The African Union must be independent, and I think as it is, we should have a mechanism for I can say punishment in a layman language of member states who are not committing to what they have signed. Agreement deals, and also looking at those who are yet to localize some of this initiative at the national level. When we're talking about this, we can't just continue to have this as a conversation. We can't just continue to have it as a meeting and commitment where we would stand with our leaders to make this commitment, but back home or back in the countries, then nothing is happening. So for me, I think we need to have this few strategies in place and see how we position young people at the center of all the initiative. Thank you very much.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, Akwasi, and good evening to friends and colleagues. To delve right into the question and to try and answer the question that you have posed, I think the central principle of the CFTA is inclusive trade, and I underline inclusivity between countries. And if we commence from that premise, it could be argued that inclusive trade cannot be achieved with the current state of peace and security on the continent. And I offer this argument based on three evidence. The first is that if one looks at the data, you find that there is a strong correlation between the volume of trade and peace in African countries. So with the exception of countries rich in natural resources like DRC and Nigeria, no African country which scored high in the Fragile States Index is listed currently as as the highest, as amongst the highest exporters on the continent. Rather, what we see are countries like South Africa, Ghana, and Morocco that have consistently scored relatively low on the fragile state index as recording high level of diverse exports. And that is also an important point to highlight, the diversity of exports beyond natural resources. The second evidence is that countries which score or countries with significant ratio of trade to GDP will be significantly impacted by insecurity on the continent. And why do I say this? Over the last 5 years, macro trends seem to suggest to us that there is a rise in the percentage of trade to GDP by almost 60% collectively as a continent. So what this means is that African countries that rely on trade to enhance their economic performance would have a challenge once there's an alteration of the security environment, especially when there is a crisis. And there is no better empirical data about this argument if you take the third point I intend to emphasize, and that's the COVID pandemic. What does the COVID crisis tells us about trade on the continent? What we have seen through COVID is that we have been exposed, it has exposed how there has been a negative impact on global and regional trade, due largely to travel restrictions, broken supply chains, and reduction and disruption, in fact, of domestic agricultural production. And if one looks at the recent report that was published by the African Union Economic Affairs Department, what we find based on the socioeconomic impact of COVID in Africa is a contrasted growth by up to minus 4.9%. And of course, we do know from repeated reports on the impact of COVID that the continent is likely to face its first recession in 25 years. One aspect that we have seen a significant effect of the COVID crisis is around food security. And we are seeing that this has also been exacerbated because of trade blockages. So in conclusion, what I intend to emphasize here is that if we are looking at inclusive trade, the possibility of inclusivity in trade through the CFTA would certainly contribute to sustainable peace. But also inversely, peace would facilitate inclusive trade. So there is this very mutually reinforcing relationship between sustainable peace and inclusive trade. It's a win-win for both variables, and I look forward to efforts to promote this mutually reinforcing relationship. Over to you, Akwesi.
Thank you very much. We have some time constraints, unfortunately, but we'll see how it goes if there will be time for Q&A. The second question, and let me emphasize, it's really about solutions. We've done fantastic diagnosis of the disease. Now we move to the solutions. And the solutions question has to do with, in your experience, what are the 1, 2, or 3 maximum 3 best practices that you can highlight for this audience? Best practices. What are some of the best practices that you think can contribute to the peace we need for a successful implementation of the free trade area agreement? Best practices. Straight to the point, 1 or 2 or 3. Thank you. We'll start again with Yemi. Yemi, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be very brief and focus on one very important normative development, which LPI has been part of directly. And this is the groundbreaking IGAD policy framework for informal cross-border trade and cross-border security governance, which was adopted in 2018. Applying a collaborative policy analysis and engagement approach, a joint initiative between IGAD's early warning mechanism and response mechanism, C1, the Inter-Africa Group, and the Organization for Social Research in Eastern and Southern Africa. LPI began this process in 2014. So essentially, the CPA initiative, after a process of evidence gathering and consultations with multiple stakeholders, culminated in the development of a policy framework document on the informal cross-border trade and cross-border security governance nexus in the IGAD region. So the wide range of threats to human security and borderlanders in the Horn of Africa suggests that addressing security and socioeconomic gaps requires cross-cutting interventions across multiple issues. So in this regard, for time's sake, ICBT, informal cross-border trade, and the security governance nexus focus on the IGAD policy framework, then bridges multiple hard as well as soft security concerns and addresses the peace and development nexus, which is critical to the borderlands in the IGAD region. So the IGAD policy framework is critical for the following reasons. The adoption of the policy framework represents a critical achievement in the process to advance regional integration and cooperation in the IGAD region. It would also assist IGAD member states governments to tackle the multifaceted socioeconomic and security challenges in the borderlands of the Horn. And the policy framework contains policy recommendations and implementation mechanisms regarding border management and security that would facilitate more effective collaboration between the member states, as well as in protecting their borders. The implementation of the policy recommendations will also immensely strengthen the socioeconomic resilience and economic empowerment of the most marginalized groups in the borderlands, as has been mentioned previously, such as women, youth, and people with disabilities, through employment creation and facilitation of their participation in informal cross-border trade. And finally, as a direct contribution to the ACFTA, the policy framework also represents a critical milestone in achieving the vision which is enshrined in the Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. The policy recommendations in the IGAD framework will create synergies between the regional community, economic community, and the ACFTA, and it will facilitate, if implemented in a timely manner and inclusively, it will facilitate the implementation of the provisions of the ACFTA in the IGAD region, and moreover, tackle the blind spots regarding informal cross-border trade in the provisions of the ACFTA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on now to Rahima. And Rahima, what are the few, 1, 2, or 3 best practices from your experience? Thank you. Over to you.
Kwasi. I think in terms of best practices, there is perhaps one project that I can give an example. And as a reminder, I head up a relatively small NGO based out of the province of Ituri in the northeast of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and we work also in the province of North Kivu. I mentioned earlier the obstacle of the informality of markets or sectors within the continent. In the DRC, mining, both large-scale as well as small-scale mining, has been considered as a contributor to conflict as well as the underdevelopment of the country. And I think when you look at the Democratic Republic of Congo, specifically Ituri, where we work, gold is the mineral that is seen as fueling the ongoing conflict, almost endemic conflict between communities in that particular region. And so the question we asked ourselves around 7 to 8 years ago was, how do we turn gold from being a conflict or war mineral into a peace mineral? And as part of answering that question, we partnered up with Peace Direct as well as the GHR Foundation, and came up with a project that we called Peace Gold. Essentially, the project, as part of the project, we're working with supporting 2 artisanal mining cooperatives to produce gold in the territory of Njugu, still in the province of Ituri, in an ethical as well as environmentally friendly way, as a way to consolidate peace, to protect the environment, and to generate sustainable income. And I must note here that most of the members of the cooperatives are ex-combatants who mostly are also young in terms of the youth bulge I'd mentioned earlier. And so this project essentially is looking at ways to build trust between communities within war-affected parts of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And as part of the implementation of this particular project, we've realized and recognized the importance of multi-sectoral approaches to conflict resolution and conflict management. And by that, I mean the marrying peace building with economic development. And as part of that process, the impact has been absolutely amazing to see the fact that over the last 3 years, when conflict has been rife in the area, killings have been rife. In fact, since March of this year to around June, there are almost 200,000 displaced people within the area. But the 2 communities where we work were almost untouched because of the community and social cohesion that was created as part of the peace committee that was created by members of the cooperatives. And so I think in terms of the best practice here, I would definitely recommend and before even recommending, I think the next phase of the project is looking at, which is in alignment with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, is looking at how we can connect those cooperatives to an international legal export platform. And I think that's where the FTA comes in. How can gold, conflict-free gold, coming out of the Democratic Republic of Congo, specifically the province of Ituri, be traded or even sold in other countries, such as neighboring countries, such as Uganda, Rwanda, or even internationally, from this upstream production that we've created with the cooperatives to really create a supply chain that is integrated and also focuses on the stability of the Democratic Republic of Congo by focusing on the exporting of conflict-free gold. I think the recommendation here really, in terms of best practice, would be to look at ways of supporting grassroots efforts. I think it's great that we're having this conversation here in Addis, but there are plenty of organizations doing absolutely amazing work on the ground that are more than capable of really helping to communicate this agreement to the grassroots. Because I think in most cases, as we've heard quite often here, is the fact that this agreement will need to really be communicated widely for it to really be accepted and appropriated by the African population, and mainly the large portion of the population made up mainly of young people and women in the informal sector. So that would be the recommendation of supporting grassroots organizations that have the capacity of promoting this agreement and facilitating the successful implementation of the agreement throughout the continent. And of course, I'm speaking of the Democratic Republic of Congo, fully knowing that it's a country that has signed on to the agreement, but that has not yet ratified the agreement. But it's a country that is way too important for this continent, right in the middle of the continent, to be ignored. Thank you.
Desiree, let's go. We are running out of time. We are almost over now. Please, Desiree. And then after that, we have Fatima and Jide. I hope the rest of you will have a chance to speak as well. Desiree, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So straight to my key idea in terms of best practice. Number one, I think we need to structurally reduce extreme inequality. Many ideas of activity out there. These will automatically catalyze the reduction of extreme poverty. There are so many studies, and the latest I have seen was from the Institute for Security Study that show that the number one reason for young people in Africa to be easily enrolled by extremist groups is not religion, it's not fundamentalism, it is poverty. So we should not wait for the Continental Free Trade Agreement to fix that. We need to pave the way for the free agreement to give us potential, basically, to take care of that young population. If we succeed at this level of having a real pro-poor mechanism, even the gain from the implementation of the CFTA will be more fairly shared within African people. Number two, people have rights, people have power, and we should continue promoting active citizenship. But while doing that, it is important that people know better how these rights and power can be and should be exercised. Now I'm referring to peace education, human rights education, civic education. There's plenty of work to do to make that happen. These should be part of the chain of actions, especially at local level, when I'm looking at organizations that are operating at really local level. Number three, the third and the last one, is about management of diversity. And this is one of the sensitive issues within our continent. If we manage better diversity in the continent, Africa will have avoided important conflict that we are experiencing now. The rule of the majority should be always mixed and balanced by progressive and innovative policy on diversity management. And again, every area, every region, or every country, should have a kind of customized strategy to do so. Those are the three things I would like to put on the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on now to Fatima.
Yes, so quickly, I have 3 points from here too. And one, I would want to say developing, strengthening, and adoption of a harmonized legal framework, policies for control, clearances, and also, most importantly, looking at how we can close the gaps of corruption in terms of services, especially when it comes to cross-border negotiations and entry points, especially at ports of delivery. But then also moving to second, which is clearly tying up with the first point, is also if we are able to create a form of coordination, synergy, and harmonize some of our custom protocols and services, especially when it comes to improving our communication and coordination, but then also have links between Ministry of Trade and Investments and Finances to be able to communicate clearly and highlight some of the issues within countries. And that would improve a great deal in how we're able to come up to simplify these processes. But then also on a third note, we should improve partnerships with private companies, private investments, but then also private service providers. This is also in essence to simplify some of those processes, because as long as the government continue to maintain rigidity and non-flexibility between them and the private investors, private sectors, then it continues to be very difficult to achieve the AFCFTA, because then we are shrinking the spaces also for individual contributions, but then also platforms that would simplify this movement back and forth. So with these 3 points, I stop from here. Over to you, Kwasi.
Thank you so much. Now, last one is Jide.
Thank you, Akwasi. This is the time to celebrate my organization, and I have 3 points, just like Desiree and Fatima. The first, in terms of best practice, is how UNDP, through the work we're doing on stabilization in the Lake Chad Basin region, is opening up trade corridors. For some that may know, in 2019, the UNDP launched a $100 million stabilization facility in the Lake Chad. And we are currently implementing stabilization programs in Northeast Nigeria, Niger, Cameroon, and Chad. And stabilization for us requires that we work with security forces, but also political actors to provide security, provide basic infrastructure, and restore livelihood opportunities. And it's against that backdrop that we are opening up trade corridors, and the latest of which is in Limani and Amishide, and this is between the border of Cameroon and Nigeria. We see that this is very important to facilitate cross-border trade between both countries. The second best practice is UNDP's recent attempt to establish an African Borderland Center, which is to facilitate trade. I think Yemi made that point, especially across the borderland areas and amongst some of the most vulnerable population, especially women. And I think one of the speakers mentioned that evidence seems to suggest that women account for 70% of informal cross-border trade in Africa. And so the CFTA provides an opportunity for women to operate through formal channels. And we believe that through the Borderland Center that we have established in Nairobi, we are able to facilitate and support women through better analysis, policy advice, and programmatic interventions. For those that may want to learn more about this, I'm open to further bilateral conversations. The last point, given the want for time, is partnership. Partnership would be key in realizing the CFTA. And it's against that realization, of course, that we are beginning to forge partnership with the CFTA Secretariat, where we'll be supporting the CFTA Secretariat in Accra with technical support on trade in goods, thought leadership, especially in the area of developing a CFTA analytical index, and finally, in relation to capacity building of SMEs led by women and youth. Again, I'm happy to have an offline conversation on any of these areas that may be of interest to participants. Over to you.
Thank you very much. We have less than 1 minute left. I would like to hear from Tana, the Tana colleagues, whether we can go another 15 minutes so that we deal with some questions. So please let me know. I don't know how you communicate that to me, but please let us know. There's one anyway, question. Our time is up.
Dr. Akwesi.
Yes, go ahead.
Communication from Brian saying that we can go up to 6:30 at Addis Ababa time.
Akwasi, this is Brian.
Yes, hi, Brian. Go ahead.
You are supposed to end at 18:30 our time. My watch suggests that you have 30 minutes.
All right.
But if there is any particular reason why you want to end 30 minutes early, It is really
no,
up to you.
It's not that I want to end.
Could take anything from 15 to 30 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Please?
Brian, it's not
can hear you clearly.
It's not that I want to end early. We received a series of agendas, all types of revisions from Tana, and that said 1 hour. You can check with them and you see what I mean. So anyway, we have 30 minutes. That's good news. It's not what was stated on the agenda for us. One question that's been posed is, I'll read it out very quickly. Thank you, speakers, for being candid. Can what has not worked in sub-regional blocks work at the regional level, that's the continental level? Then there's a statement after that, which I assume is an elaboration of that question, which is, instability has been the stumbling block in realizing integration. For example, in the East African community, some member states are not willing to embrace free movement of goods and services due to some member states being unstable. So the question really is, can it work at the continental level even when it doesn't work at the sub-regional level? Who would like to take it up? Okay, I'll call on Desiree and Jide and Fatima, and then the next question I'll call on Yemi and Rehima. So Desiree, do you have any response to that?
Thank you, Dr. Akwasi. From what we have seen in the regional integration process from the very beginning until where we are now, where there are only a few things to show to African people, important to mention that if it did not work at regional level, it will have hard time to work at continental level. That's why it is important for the implementation of the Continental Free Trade Agreement to build every action and strategy on the close collaborations with the regional economic community. That is important. Luckily, I think I was reading one of the comments from a participant today that there is an ongoing process for the RECs to convene together with the African Union to see how they can work together on that. Even though we say it does not work in the REC level, there are situations in some REC, especially ECOWAS, where we have some good, best stories, to show to people, where, there have been a few positive actions in terms of free movement, free trade, integration, and so forth. And I think the whole continent can build on some of them. I'm sure there are some examples at other REX level as well. So, but it's fundamental, not to deceive ourselves to say that, oh, it didn't work at REC level, it will work at continental level. I think that won't happen. Rather, let's look at what worked in a few areas at regional level, build a strong relationship and cooperation with the RECs, and build on that, to let the AFCFTA go ahead.
Rehima. So Fatima, any?
For me, I would like to believe that it is not impossible for that to work at a continental level, even if it failed to work at a regional level. And To me, strongly, this is because I think some synergies and relationships between countries that might exist at continental level have a little bit of a strong commitment and perhaps a level of understanding than sometimes when you're talking about the sub-regional groups. And for instance, this is also sometimes especially an for a project when we are implementing a project. I am from the northeast Nigeria and the Lake Chad region, and then how we have a language barrier between some of the Lake Chad countries that are francophone and a few of us that are anglophone, especially Nigeria being at the center. It makes it sometimes very difficult to have this close relationship, close intimate conversations because of these barriers. And then looking at that, it makes it a little bit uncomfortable for both parties or for both countries to flow very well. And to this, I think perhaps if we push also from the continental level, which can also pave ways and avenues for interaction and for entries to other countries across Africa, this might be a starting point. It could be where we drive
to convene together with the African Union to see how we can work together on that. Even though we say it does not work in red level, there are situations in some red, especially COAS, where we have some good best stories to show to people, where there have been a few positive actions in terms of free movement, free trade, integration, and so forth. And I think the whole continent can build on some of them. I'm sure there are some examples at other race level as well. So that it's fundamental, not to deceive ourselves to say that, oh, it didn't work at red level, it worked at continental level. I think that won't happen. Rather, let's look at what worked in a few areas at regional level, build a strong relationship and cooperation with the rest, and build on that, to let the AFCTA go ahead.
Rahima. So Fatima, any
Yes, for me, I would like to believe that it is not impossible for that to work at a continental level, even if it fails to work at a regional level. And to me, strongly, this is because I think some synergies and relationships between countries that might exist at continental level have a little bit of a strong commitment and perhaps a level of understanding than sometimes when you're talking about the sub-regional groups. And for instance, this is also sometimes difficult, especially an example for projects when we are implementing a project. I am from the northeast Nigeria and the Lake Chad region, and then how we have a language barrier between
some of the Lake Chad countries that are francophone and a few of us that are anglophone, especially Nigeria being at the center. It makes it sometimes very difficult to have this close relationship, close intimate conversations because of these barriers. And then looking at that, it makes it a little bit uncomfortable for both parties or for both countries to flow very well. And to this, I think perhaps if we push also from the continental level, which can also pave ways and avenues for interaction and for entries to other countries across the Africa, this might be a starting point. It could be where we drive the examples from. It could be where we drive the best practices of what works from. So it is not impossible, but of course we believe that it is highly likely to work at regional level, a sub-regional level, because of this closure and this closeness than when we're talking of a whole continent.
We're doing well with time now. So I will suggest that Yemi and Rehima also address the same question before we move on to the next. But first, Jide.
Thank you very much, Kwasi. I think if one goes back to, say, the Monrovian summit, I think of 1979, and of course the Lagos Plan of Action in 1980, you would see that between then and now, we probably have evolved over 3 phases, or at least 3 to 5 phases of economic integration in Africa. So rather than phrase the question as whether sub-regional integration did not work, I would rather frame it differently by suggesting that we need to look at some of the lessons from attempts at sub-regional level to promote economic integration. And when you look at those lessons, I think there is a lot from that that can help us establish our continental ambition. Previous attempts were largely driven by politics as opposed to economics and strong legal framework. But what we find with the CFTA is an embodiment of an integration process that is deeply rooted on sound economic integration. And I think as a first step, we are looking at a process of a continental customs union that would eventually incrementally lead to a regional customs union. So I think from all of that experiences, there is so much to be optimistic about. Yes, it is not all going to be full of achievements. There might be challenges along the way, but I do believe that we have a rich tapestry of lessons to build upon as we seek to realize our continental ambition. Over to you.
Yemi, do you have anything? I'm sure you do. Please, go ahead.
Kwasi, actually, I was preparing to respond to the second question because the previous speakers have addressed the main points. But again, I think the issue around acknowledging the different security contexts and I guess progress that we see in the regions, in the different regions in Africa is very important. I think we cannot afford to lump together all the regions and have that one size fits all approach. I think it's very contextual, and I think understanding the geopolitics and the the different phases and transitions that we are dealing with in different regions in Africa has to be appreciated, and we also have to build on the progress that we have made. I think it's also about acknowledging the tremendous amount of progress that has been made in in the process to regional integration and in norm setting in Africa. And I think perhaps in the coming decade, where we need to focus more on the implementation aspect of it and support the continental institution, which has the convening power, the political power, and be able to support it. Thank you.
Maintenant, mon patron Rehima.
Yes, so I think my colleagues have addressed this question really well and covered most of what I would have added as well. But I think in terms of just adding another point really would just be the fact that despite what the person who has written the question has referred to as a failure, I think I would support Yemi in saying that we really need to build up on what was achieved as part of those regional organizations in terms of what lessons we can really pick up and move forward with for this continental agreement. What is positive here, however, is the widely accepted as well as supported agreement and the political will, which at the moment seems to be very high in terms of really pushing for the implementation, for the successful implementation of this agreement. And for that, I think the necessary mechanisms have to be put in place as a result of analyzing the lessons picked up from the previous, from what exists currently in terms at the regional level, and to really look at how this agreement can really bolster Africa's economic progress and development, because there's definitely a lot of potential. There's definitely more pros than cons in terms of this agreement. And it definitely is most likely to be a stimulus package that we need at this particular moment in terms of the pandemic that currently we're facing throughout the world, especially here in Africa. So I think it's definitely an agreement that needs to be supported. And most importantly, we really have to focus on implementing this successfully, as opposed to just leaving it as an agreement that we can look at in the next few years and add it to the list of other agreements that were very well written and supported, but were never successfully implemented. Thank you.
We have 2 additional questions, so we're going to have to figure out how we handle that. The first one is, in terms of conflict and stability, how do the speakers see the issue of geopolitical cyber threats to Africa in terms of destabilizing the African cyberspace and consequently economic stability? So it's about cyber security. What are your thoughts on that? We don't have enough time to go around the table, so anybody who can, please jump in quickly. Okay, I'm going to randomly call on you to jump in. Random, Jide, any ideas on that cybersecurity?
Thank you very much. This is an area that is emerging on the continent. We know that it represents a threat. There's a lot of misinformation, narratives and counter narratives, and this could not only undermine peace and security, but it could also undermine our effort to promote economic integration. And we are already seeing this from recent crises, like what is happening currently in Nigeria, where there's so much misinformation that is fueling violence. But what I think is important is what do we do about it? And this is where there is a need to have a collective continental conversation. As currently constituted, what we find is that Africa has not necessarily developed its own model on how to engage in the area of the fourth industrial revolution. And for us to be able to address cybersecurity, I think the starting point would be, how is it that African states and non-state actors are able to embrace the fourth industrial revolution in a way that is responsible? And responsibility is at the heart of the fourth industrial revolution. And for that to happen, there are a number of things that we need to begin to think about. If you ask an average politician what it means to have to develop algorithms on a particular issue, they might have very limited knowledge. If you ask a judge on what it means to pass legislation or to pass a judgment relating to issues relating to cybersecurity, we probably would be lacking in that regard. So what I think is important for us to begin to think about is this idea of, building capacity or learning around what it means to embrace the fourth industrial revolution. I think when states and institutions that constitute the state are able to build capacity in this area, it would then become possible for us to engage in a conversation on how we curb cybersecurity threats on the continent. This is an emerging security challenge that requires deep analysis, and I do believe that there is an opportunity for us to do that. At the UNDP, we have already started a thinking around this, and we are looking to develop a playbook for states that would allow them build capacity around how to embrace the fourth industrial revolution. And a subcomponent of that would be how to address, of course, the issue of cybersecurity threats. Over to you, Kwesi.
That's also very, very important, and several questions are coming up. This question is, I would like to raise an issue to the panelists on local practices that can maintain peace and how important local peace builders are. Who are the ones who know their situations, who are trusted, and who will be there for long-term sustainability? How can they be fully recognized and have the power and agency to do what is needed to achieve the kind of peace on the ground that will allow the free trade agreement to function? In a nutshell, it's about the agency. The question is about the agency, what you think of the agency of local peace builders. Let me call on Yemi, and then we'll go to Rehima and Desiree. Yemi.
Thank you so much. I think this is a very important question, not only in the normal day-to-day life, but also in this new normal, COVID and post-COVID world that we live in, which puts an imperative on local actors, both in humanitarian settings as well as peace-building work, requiring timely and efficient response. So local responders, local actors, being able to address security context as well as humanitarian context, and providing that local knowledge, information, and analysis, which oftentimes goes unrecognized. So I appreciate the question in this case, to try and highlight not only the importance, but how to ensure that this is structurally addressed. And the lack of perhaps focus from policymakers or donors, and questioning perhaps the effectiveness of local peace building. I think the experiences, the results that we see, part of my presentation was trying to highlight how working closely with the local actors who reside in the border areas, in our case, who have local knowledge, and applying an inclusive approach can lead to successful development of policy. By that I mean local actors being able to generate critical information, as what we, I guess, would label as evidence, to be able to direct and ensure that the right kind of response is tailored. So I think there's a huge investment that is required to continue to strengthen the capacity, being able to provide and ensure that space is reserved for that type of information and voice coming from those who have the lived experience, and acknowledging that local practices may also need to be properly documented, analyzed, and be part of the mainstream discourse. So there's respect in the local voice, experience, and input, and there's a much needed investment in terms of capacity strengthening that can be directed. And organizations such as mine, LPI works primarily to try and highlight this type of value. And I appreciate this question because it's a very important conversation to have in our continental discourse.
Thank you.
Thank
you. And Rahima, this is a question I'm sure you will have a lot to say about, given your amazing work at the local level. So Rahima, over to you. A few minutes.
Thank you, Akwasi. I think, yes, it is a question that almost feels like it's directed to us and our organization. Of course, touches on the work that we do as a local peace-building organization. The question absolutely has its place and is extremely vital because local peace builders, especially in this discussion around peace and security on the continent, cannot be ignored. In fact, we need to actually zoom in on the work that local peace builders are doing in terms of the different approaches that they're using within different contexts on the on the continent. There's of course an interesting discourse on the role of international players in terms of stabilization, and at the moment it feels as though in most cases it's always international versus local. What do international players bring to the discussion in terms of bringing about stabilization and peace, and what role do local organizations and local peace builders play? And I think it's actually a discussion that needs to be extended beyond just platforms such as this. Locally, for example, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where we work, there's a lot that international players such as the UN's stabilization mission, MONUSCO, brings to the table. However, there are a lot of other peace-building approaches that they just cannot do on their own and need local organizations such as ours and others on the ground that are doing absolutely amazing work in terms of the relationship and the trust that they have built with grassroots communities. And it really requires collaboration and ongoing collaboration between international players and local peace builders. But I think it's one that's, as I mentioned earlier, especially around promoting this agreement to the grassroots. There's a lot of work that's going to be needed in terms of really communicating the importance of this agreement and how much it's going to bolster and really fast track the development of our continent if it is successfully implemented, and the role that the grassroots community can play. And by grassroots communities, it goes from those who are currently in the informal sector working in conflict-inflicted contexts, or even those that are not necessarily in conflict-inflicted contexts, but still need to hear more on this agreement and how much this agreement can contribute to the development of the economies. And so the question is an absolutely essential question, and I think it's one that really needs to be further discussed beyond the few minutes that we have here.
Right.
But it's one that's, as I mentioned earlier, grassroots communities and grassroots organizations really need to be supported to really assist in bringing about stability in order to facilitate integration.
Thank you. Thank you. We need to move on. We have less than 3 minutes, less than 4 minutes to go. There is a final question, and I would hand it over to Desiree, Fatima, and Jide to wrap it up. The question is on cybersecurity. Cyberspace is emerging as the fifth domain of war. Some countries are establishing cyber armies for defensive purposes, as well as stockpile cyber weapons. The question is, how are African countries prepared to protect the cyberspace, and what is the position of the African Union on this? We start with you, Desiree. 1 minute, another minute, Fatima, and another minute, Jide.
Thank you, Dr. Kwasi. I think this is a real concern. And for us to protect our cyberspace, we first have to have one. I don't think we do. If you remember a few years back, an IT technician at the African Union Commission came in the office in the morning. He realized that every night, information from all computers of the EU commissions are being sent to Beijing in China. So that was revealed by a French journal called Le Monde. And I have, you remember everything that happened around that. It was not resolved. We don't know where we are in that. So just to mention and reiterate that the threats on cyber attack are very serious and may basically weaken our move and integration, including the AFCFTA.
Jide.
Thank you. I think it might be, I really don't know what the AU position on this is, but cyber sovereignty on the continent, it remains debatable. And simply because you have cyber sovereignty has to be looked at within the context of, the global competition for Africa as well. So you would see some of the big players globally are also competing for influence. And one of the ways of doing that on the continent simply is through the cyberspace. But what I think is important is that as we begin to think about preparing ourselves for the threat of the future, or what is beginning to be the threat of today, we need to understand, and this is the point around analysis, how do we equip our governments, how do we equip civil society and citizens to better understand what the cyberspace represents. And I think from such an understanding, we can begin to identify entry points through which we can impose defense or defensive mechanisms against, potential threats towards the continent. Over.
Two things I want to say and we'll wrap up. The first is a big thank you to Tana. Tana, you are the light in all of this darkness on our continent. Thank you, and we will continue to stand by you, and those of us in funding organizations like Humanity United would advocate for financial support to the Tana Secretariat and Tana events. Thank you very much. The second point, final point, is next steps. And the next steps are, one, we hope there'll be some recording or some documentation of all of this to share with everyone. And two, that we will all stay in touch somehow. So thank you again and have a great weekend.
Thank you. Thank you, Akwasi. Thank you, Desiree. Thank you, Fatima. Thank you, Rehima. Thank you, Jide. And thank you, Yemi. It's been a phenomenal panel to close our fifth day. Great insights, practical suggestions, as well as cautions. Colleagues, it's been a long day. It remains for me to thank those of you who have stayed with us throughout the day. We will see you tomorrow. You all look hungry, so I will not share any story at this moment, but we will see you tomorrow, and it is our last day. And tomorrow we can reflect on some of the great things that have happened this week. Take care. Enjoy Addis Ababa. Enjoy resting or working. See you again in the same place tomorrow. So tomorrow, just for the sake of clarity, we will start at 13:45. 13:45 to 14:45, we will have voices from Tana. And then at 3 p.m., from 3 p.m. to 16:30, we will have the discussion, making the AFCFTA work. And then from 16:45 to 17:40, we will have the closing ceremony of Tana. We should be done just before 6 p.m. tomorrow for those who have flights or other business to take care of. Take care. See you tomorrow.